So, Neil, thanks for coming on the show. I'm really excited to have you here.
No problem, Joe. Can I get a Big Mac with extra pickles and a large fry?
Neil, this isn't McDonald's. We're recording the podcast.
Oh, my bad. Can I just get a McFlurry then?
Neil, seriously, we're not at McDonald's. We're on the Joe Rogan Experience.
All right, right. Can I get a quarter pounder with cheese and a Coke?
Neil, come on, man. We're trying to have a serious conversation here.
Fine, fine. Can I at least get some chicken nuggets?
Neil, I give up. You can have whatever you want.
Yes. Can I get a Happy Meal too?
Sure, why not? Let's just make this a McDonald's-themed podcast.
Awesome. Can we talk about the scientific benefits of the Shamrock Shake?
Oh, God, what have I gotten myself into? So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new business venture in the works.
That's right, Joe. I'm gonna make meth great again.
What do you mean by that?
I'm talking about anthrax flavored meth, Joe. It's gonna be huge. People are gonna love it.
Anthrax flavored? Isn't that like a deadly poison?
Hey, I'm a businessman, not a scientist. All I know is it's gonna be the best meth you've ever tasted.
I don't think anyone wants to taste anthrax, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're just being politically correct. Trust me, it's gonna be tremendous.
I don't know if I can get behind this, Mr. President. It sounds pretty dangerous.
Don't be such a snowflake, Joe. Live a little. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? It's just meth with a little extra kick.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, I already have my slogan ready. Meth that's so good it's to die for. It's gonna be a hit. It's gonna be a hit.
I think I'll stick to my regular coffee. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when anthrax flavored meth takes over the market, don't say I didn't warn you.
So, Neil, I heard you've been up to some crazy stuff lately.
Oh, you mean my new line of hydrochloric acid flavored candy for kids?
Wait, what? That's messed up, man.
No, hear me out. It's all for a good cause. I want to toughen up these kids, make them stronger.
By giving them candy that literally eats away at their insides.
It's character building, Joe. Plus, it's delicious.
I don't think parents are going to be too happy about this.
Who cares about parents? I'm doing this for the future of humanity.
You're insane, Neil.
Insane? No, I'm just ahead of my time. Soon, all the kids will be lining up for my acid candy.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. Have a piece of acid candy. It'll put some hair on your chest.
I think I'll pass. I don't want to end up in the hospital.
Suit yourself. More candy for me.
So, Elon, have you seen the new SpongeBob movie?
No, I'm too busy building rockets and trying to colonize Mars.
Well, let me tell you, it's a masterpiece. The animation is mind-blowing.
Animation? I thought it was a documentary about a sponge and a starfish living in the ocean.
Oh, you sweet, naive billionaire. It's a cartoon, but it's deep. Like, really deep.
How deep are we talking? Like ocean deep?
No, like existential crisis deep. It's like The Matrix, but with a talking sponge.
Sounds like a waste of time. I'd rather be working on my Neuralink project.
Oh, speaking of neural link, did you know that SpongeBob's best friend is a starfish with no brain?
That's impossible. How does he function?
Exactly. It's a metaphor for life, man. We're all just brainless starfish floating through the ocean.
That's some deep shit, Joe. Maybe I'll have to check out this SpongeBob.
It's SpongeBob, but close enough. And trust me, you won't regret it.
All right, I'll add it to my to-do list between curing diseases and building a self-sustaining colony on Mars.
Sounds like a plan. Jamie, pull up an image of SpongeBob and Patrick riding a jellyfish.
Wow, that's something.
I told you, man, it's a trip. Now, let's get back to talking about DMT and aliens. So, Mr. President, I heard you have a theory about Bonnie from NAF.
Oh, yeah, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best theory. Believe me.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it.
So, you know how Bonnie is a big purple rabbit? Well, what if instead she was a big breasted anime girl with huge titties? I mean, it would be tremendous.
That's quite a visual, Mr. President.
I'm telling you, it would be huge. People would be lining up to play that game.
But wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate for a horror game?
Inappropriate. Joe, I'm the king of inappropriate. And let me tell you, those titties would make the game a lot less scary.
I can't argue with that logic.
And imagine the merchandising opportunities. Bonnie body pillows, Bonnie anime figurines, it would be a gold mine.
You never fail to surprise me, Mr. President.
That's why I'm the best, Joe. The best at everything. And I have the best ideas. Believe me.
So, Kanye, what's been going on in your world lately?
Oh, just counting to 100K.
Wait, what? Like counting numbers?
Yeah, man, it's my new thing. I'm gonna count all the way to 100K and then drop a fire album. And then drop a fire album.
Okay. How far are you at now?
Currently at 69,420.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's been tough. I keep getting distracted by all the Yeezy designs in my head.
I can imagine. So, what's your counting process like?
Well, I start with 1, 2, 3, and then I throw in some ad libs like Yeezy, 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 Yay, and Am a God.
Classic Kanye. Do you have a goal for when you want to finish this counting marathon?
I don't believe in goals, Joe. I just let the universe guide me.
Right. So, what happens when you reach 100K?
I ascend to a higher level of consciousness and become one with the numbers.
Sounds intense. But hey, at least it's better than counting sheep.
Sheep? Nah, that's too basic. I'm on a whole other level, Joe.
So, Elon, have you ever thought about the number 132,471,531,038?
No, Joe. Can't say I have. Is that some secret code for your DMT trips?
No, man, it's just a random number that keeps popping up in my head. It's like my new obsession.
Well, I'm sure your fans will be thrilled to know you're spending your time thinking about random numbers instead of, actual topics for your podcast.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. 132,471,530,1,038 has some serious potential. It's like a hidden message from the universe.
Or maybe it's just a random combination of numbers that means absolutely nothing.
You're just not woke enough to understand the power of 132,471,531,038.
Yeah, because that's definitely the key to enlightenment. Not meditation or self-reflection, just repeating a random number.
Don't be a hater, Elon. 132,471,531,038 is my new mantra.
Well, I'll stick to my Neuralink and leave the random number chanting to you.
Fine, but when I become a billionaire by harnessing the power of 132,471,531,038, don't come crying to me for a loan.
Oh, I won't. I'll just be too busy colonizing Mars with my SpaceX empire.
And I'll be counting my stacks of cash and repeating 132,471,531,038. Namaste, bitches.
All right, Joe. You do you. But I'm going to go work on some actual groundbreaking technology. Later, man.
132,471,531,038. 132,470. 1,531,031,038. So 132,471,531,038. What the hell is going on with these aliens?
Oh, man, don't even get me started. Those little green bastards have been abducting cows and probing butts for way too long.
132,471,531,038. I heard they have advanced technology. Do you think they have better weed than us?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, but I bet they have some crazy intergalactic strains we've never even heard of.
132,471,531,038. Have you ever been abducted by aliens?
No, but I did have a weird experience one time. I woke up with a strange device implanted in my brain. I think they were trying to communicate with me.
132,471,531,038. That's wild. Did you learn any alien secrets?
Nah, just a bunch of random numbers and equations. But it did give me some killer ideas for my next SpaceX rocket design.
132,471,531,038. Speaking of rockets, did you hear about that flat earther who built his own rocket to prove the earth is flat?
Yeah, I saw that. What a moron. I bet his rocket was powered by flatulence.
132,471,531,038. That's messed up. But seriously, do you think there's any truth to the flat earth theory?
Absolutely not. Anyone who believes that is dumber than a bag of rocks. And I should know I send rockets into space for a living.
132,471,531,038. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see if the aliens have any answers for us. But until then, let's just keep smoking and talking nonsense. So, Elon, I've been thinking about this number lately. It's been haunting me.
What number, Joe? Did you finally memorize your own phone number?
No, it's not that. It's 132,471,531,045. It just keeps popping up in my head.
That's a pretty random number, Joe. Are you sure you're not just high?
Hey, I may be high, but I'm not that high. This number has a deeper meaning. I can feel it.
All right, Joe. Let's go down this rabbit hole. What do you think this number means?
Well, first of all, it's a palindrome. That's got to mean something, right?
Yeah, sure. Or maybe it's just a coincidence.
No. It's a sign that we're living in a simulation.
Oh, here we go with the simulation theory again. Joe, you need to lay off the DMT.
No. Hear me out. This number is the code to unlock the matrix.
And how did you come up with that theory?
I did some calculations. 132,471,531,045 is the exact number of times I've said Jamie. Pull that up on this podcast.
Wow, that's really sad, Joe.
No, it's not sad. It's a breakthrough. We're living in a simulation, and the chosen one.
Chosen one. More like the stoned one.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of psychedelics. They open up your mind to the truth.
Or maybe they just make you see things that aren't there.
You know what, Elon? You're just jealous that I'm onto something big here. So, Elon, I heard you're working on some new technology to count from 1 to 50 in under a second.
Yeah, I call it the Countomatic 5000. It's a chip implanted in your brain that does the counting for you.
That's insane, man. But can it count from 100 to 5,000?
Of course it can, Joe. It can count to infinity and beyond. It's Elon Musk technology.
Damn, I need to get one of those for my next DMT trip.
I wouldn't recommend that. It might overload your brain and you'll end up counting to 1 billion and forget how to speak English.
Imagine that Joe Rogan counts to 1 billion on DMT.
That would definitely go viral. But seriously, the Countermedic 5000 has so many other features too.
Like what? What?
Well, it can also count your calories, your steps, and your IQ.
Wait, it can count your IQ?
Yeah, and it also has a feature where it can make you smarter by downloading information directly into your brain.
Holy shit. Sign me up for that.
And for an extra fee, we can even program it to make you believe the Earth is flat.
Oh man, that's too far. But seriously, this technology is insane.
Yeah, and it's just the beginning. Next, we'll be able to count to 1,000,000 in a millisecond.
Dude, we'll be able to count the stars in the universe.
Yeah, because that's what we all need in our lives, chip in our brains to count stars.
Hey. So, Mr. President, I heard you came up with a new invention.
That's right, Joe. I'm always coming up with the best ideas, and this one is huge. I call it fascism.
Fascism? Isn't that already a thing?
Yeah, but I'm going to make it even better. It's going to be the best fascism you've ever seen. Believe me.
I'm not sure that's something to be proud of.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's going to be great. People are going to love it. I mean, who doesn't want a strong leader who can do whatever they want?
Pretty sure that's not how democracy works.
Democracy? That's so last season. Fascism is the new black baby.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, Joe, you just don't understand. I'm going to make America great again with my brand new invention.
I'm not sure America needs any more of your inventions, Mr. President.
Nonsense. I'm a genius, and my fascism is going to be the best thing since sliced bread. Trust me.
I think I'll pass on that one, Mr. President.
Fine, Joe. But you'll see, my fascism is going to be huge, and everyone will be begging for it. Believe me.
So, Jamie and Neil, I need your help. I have this curse that causes me to continuously say 132,470, 1,530, 1,500.
Well, Joe, have you tried just not saying it?
Yeah, but it's like a tick. It just comes out of me.
Maybe we can hypnotize you and reprogram your brain to say something else instead.
Like what? I love cum smoothies.
No, that's just cruel. How about I am a beautiful butterfly?
That's even worse. Imagine me saying that in the middle of an MMA fight.
Okay, how about we try some reverse psychology? Every time you feel the urge to say 132,470, 1,530, 1,030, 1,030, 8, just scream, I hate money and success.
Oh yeah, that'll definitely work. Thanks, Jamie.
Or we could just get you a shock collar and zap you every time you say it.
Oh, that sounds kinky. I'm in.
Guys, let's be serious. Maybe we should consult a witch doctor or something.
I don't know, Jamie. I think Joe's already cursed enough.
Hey, watch it, Neil. I may be cursed, but at least I still have my hair.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
So, 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382. I heard you've been banned from Twitter. Speaking of bigly, have you seen the size of my biceps? Oh, yeah. Well, I bet you can't even spell biceps. Wow, that's some stable genius spelling right there. Let me guess. It's the highest ever recorded in the history of the universe. Okay, let's change the subject before we start a war. Best at what? Making ridiculous statements and alienating half the country? Well, I can't wait to see what other ridiculous things you'll say and do. Thanks for coming on the show. 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 365 billion, 312 million, 600. So, Elon, I've been thinking about this new challenge I want to try.
What's that, Joe?
I want to replace every other vowel in every line of dialogue with 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,000.
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
Just imagine it, Elon. It'll be like a secret code that only our listeners will understand.
That sounds ridiculous.
297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382. It's not ridiculous. It's revolutionary.
I'm not sure if our listeners will appreciate it.
Who cares, man? We'll just do it for shits and giggles. 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,000.
I don't know if I can keep up with that, Joe.
Come on, Elon. Don't be a 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,003.
Fine, but I'm not responsible for any backlash we might get.
297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 312 million, 647,382. The backlash. Let's do this.
All right, let's get this 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 started. 382 started.
Hell yeah, 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382. Let's do this 282. Let's do this 287 quadrillion. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new technology.
Yeah, man, I've been putting my brain chips to good use. But have you heard about my new project, the 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 car?
What the hell is that?
It's a car that runs on pure absurdity. Every time you turn it on, it replaces every other letter in your dialogue with 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 trillion, 647,312 million.
That's insane. But can it fly?
Of course it can fly. It's powered by the tears of flat earthers.
That's some dark humor right there.
Speaking of dark humor, have you tried my new flamethrower? It's perfect for roasting marshmallows and your enemies.
Dude, I need to get my hands on one of those. But back to the car, how does it handle on the road?
Let's just say it's not for the faint of heart. It's like driving on a roller coaster, but instead of screams, you hear the sound of 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 364 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million. So
That's wild. But I have to ask, what happens if you accidentally put in the wrong code and it replaces every letter in your dialogue?
well, then you're just speaking in code. Only the true absurdity enthusiasts will understand you.
I think I'll stick to my regular car for now, but I can't wait to see what other crazy inventions you come up with.
Just wait until I unveil my 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 rocket ship. It's out of this world.
Guys, I pulled up an image of a cat with 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 eyes.
So, Elon, have you tried DMT?
What the hell is DMT?
It's a psychedelic drug that opens your mind to the universe.
Oh, I thought that was just my brain implant malfunctioning again.
No, man. It's a natural substance that can give you a whole new perspective on life.
Interesting. But back to your weird punctuation thing. Why 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382. 382.
It's my lucky number, and it's a way to rebel against the grammar police.
But won't it confuse people?
Who cares? Life is all about chaos and confusion. Plus, it's hilarious to see people's reactions.
I guess you have a point there. But what about periods?
297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382.
You're a madman, Joe.
Thank you, Elon. I take that as a compliment.
But seriously, I think you should stick to just using it in your comedy routines.
Now, I'm going to start using it in all my interviews too. Imagine the confusion on my guest faces.
I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan, the punctuation rebel.
I like the sound of that. 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 for life. So, Elon, have you heard about this new trend where people are replacing random words with 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 365 billion, 312 million, 640?
What the 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 are you talking about, Joe? Talking about Joe?
I mean, can you imagine if we did that right now? It would be 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,000.
Yeah, but it might also be 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382, confusing for our listeners. 380.
Who cares? It's all about pushing boundaries and being edgy.
I guess you're right. Let's give it a try. Hey, Joe, did you see that 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 car on the way here?
Oh, yeah. That thing was 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 fast.
You're such a 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382.
Hey, don't 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382. Me, you 297 quadrillion.
Okay, let's not get 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 here. Let's talk about something else.
All right. So what do you think about 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 365 billion, 312?
297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382. Are you serious? That's 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 306.
Hey, you never know. It could be the next big thing.
Yeah, and I could be 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 King of Mars. 300.
Only if you can get your 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382 rocket to work.
Hey, watch it. 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,382, or I'll send you to space with no 282, or I'll send you to space with no 297 quadrillion, 800.
All right. Let's not get 297 billion, 864 million, 365,312. So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on sex offenders.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I always thought it was just another name for virgins.
What? How do you figure that?
Well, think about it. They're both people who can't get laid. One just has a fancy title.
That's messed up, man.
I'm serious. And let's be real, most of these sex offenders probably couldn't get laid even if they weren't offenders.
I don't know if we can say that, Elon.
Hey, I'm just keeping it real. And let's not forget some of these offenders are just getting caught for peeing in public. That's not a sex crime. That's just a desperate man's attempt to mark his territory.
Oh man, this is getting dark.
Hey, I warned you, this is the unhinged version of me.
I can see that. But seriously, let's not downplay the seriousness of actual sex crimes.
Of course. Of course. But let's also not forget to laugh at the ridiculousness of some of these situations.
Fair enough. And hey, at least we know now that being a virgin doesn't automatically make you a sex offender.
Yeah, that would be a real bummer for a lot of people.
So, Elon, I've been experimenting with this new thing where I replace a random letter or character with 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 364 trillion, 300.
What the hell are you talking about, Joe? That sounds like some next level trolling. Okay, I have to admit that is pretty funny. But what's the point?
The point is to see how long it takes for people to realize what's going on. Plus, it's a great way to mess with people's heads.
I can see that. But what if someone catches on and calls you out?
Then I'll just play dumb and act like I have no idea what they're talking about. It's all part of the game, my friend.
You're a madman, Joe. A genius madman.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries and keeping things interesting. Life is too short to be boring.
I couldn't agree more. Speaking of which, have you ever thought about replacing all letters in a word with 297 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 312 million, 647,000, 312 million, 6?
Holy shit, that's next level. I'm definitely trying that out on my next podcast. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. 297 quadrillion, 897 quadrillion, 864 trillion, 365 billion, 365.
I can't wait to see the confused looks on your guests' faces. You're a mad genius, Joe.
Thanks, Elon. I'll take that as a compliment. Now let's go smoke some weed and brainstorm more ridiculous ideas. So, Donnie boy, what's been going on since you got kicked out of the White House?
Oh, just hanging out at Mar-a-Lago making deals and tweeting about how I'm still the best president ever.
Right, right. So, what do you think about this topic someone submitted? 132,471,531,038, my beloved. Oh.
Well, Joe, I don't know what that means. Is it some kind of code? Are they talking about my beloved Big Macs? Because let me tell you, those are the best.
No, I think it's just a random number.
Well, that's a sad number. Not as sad as Sleepy Joe's approval rating, but still pretty sad.
Let's not talk about politics, Donnie. Let's talk about something more interesting.
Fine, fine. Let's talk about my beloved hair. It's the best hair, believe me. People always tell me they love my hair. It's like a golden halo.
Sure. Let's talk about your hair. So, how do you maintain it?
Oh, I have a special team of hairstylists who work around the clock to make sure it's perfect. And I use only the finest products, let me tell you.
I'm sure you do. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a golden wig on a monkey.
Okay.
Hey, that's not funny, Joe. My hair is not a wig. It's real and it's spectacular.
Sure, sure. So, what else do you love, Donnie?
Well, I love my family, my country, and most importantly, myself. I mean, have you seen my rallies? Huge crowds, huge energy. It's all because of me.
And what about your beloved? So, Elon, what's the deal with this whole Lex Luthor thing?
Well, Joe, I've always been a fan of villains. They have the best technology and the coolest layers.
But isn't Lex Luthor like a super genius? Don't you think he'll just manipulate you and use you for his evil plans?
Nah, I've got my own plans. Gonna build a giant robot to take on Superman.
Wait, what? You're gonna fight Superman?
Yeah, I figure if I can send a car to space, I can definitely take on a flying alien.
But what about kryptonite? You gotta have some kryptonite to take down Superman.
I've got plenty of that. Been stocking up since I saw Batman v Superman.
Dude, you're crazy. But I like it. I'll be rooting for you.
Thanks, Joe. And if it doesn't work out, I'll just send my cybernetic monkeys after him.
Cybernetic monkeys? What the hell, Elon?
Hey, it's all about thinking outside the box. Plus, they make great pets.
This is going to be one hell of a showdown. I can't wait to see how it all plays out.
Same here, Joe. And if all else fails, I'll just send in my flamethrowers. Those always come in handy.
I think you might have a problem, Elon. But hey, at least you'll go down in history as the guy who tried to take down Superman with flamethrowers and cybernetic monkeys.
Hey, it's better than being known as the guy who just sent cars to space, right?
Touche, my friend. Touche. Now let's go smoke some weed and brainstorm. So, Elon, I have this weird obsession with the number 132,471,531,044. It's been consuming my thoughts for days.
Oh, man, that's a serious case of Aki. Have you tried counting backwards from it?
Yeah, but then I get stuck on the number 440,135,174,231, and it just spirals from there.
Well, you know what they say, 132,471,531,044 today keeps the sanity away.
That's messed up, man. But seriously, what do you think this number means?
Well, if you add all the digits together, it equals 30. And 30 is the number of minutes it takes for me to launch a rocket into space.
Wow, that's some next level numerology right there.
Or maybe it's a secret code for the Illuminati. Quick, write it down, and let's see if it unlocks the door to their headquarters.
Yeah, because the Illuminati just leaves their secret codes lying around on my podcast.
You never know, man. They could be listening right now.
132,471,531,044. Illuminati, if you're listening, please send me a Tesla. Please send me a Tesla. Oh, man. This is why people think we're both crazy. Crazy or just geniuses. I mean, we did come up with a whole conspiracy theory in less than 10 seconds.
And that's why we're the kings of the internet.
132,471,531,044, the new number of the internet. Let's make it go viral.
I can see the headlines now. Joe Rogan and Elon Musk discover the meaning of life in a random number.
So, Mr. Beast, what's the craziest thing you've ever done for a video?
Well, Joe, I once gave away $1 million to a random stranger on the street.
Holy shit, that's insane. How'd you even come up with that idea?
I don't know, I just wanted to see the look on their face when I handed them a giant check.
That's some next level content right there. But speaking of numbers, have you ever noticed how often I say the number one on this podcast?
Yeah, it's like your catchphrase or something. One time I counted how many times you said it in one episode, and it was over 100.
Really? Only 100. I must be slipping. I'll have to up my game and say it at least 1,000 times in the next one.
You're a madman, Joe. But seriously, why do you say it so much?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's some weird oak thing. Or maybe I just like the sound of it. 1, 1, 1, 1.
Yeah, that's definitely not annoying at all.
Hey, at least I'm not saying 2 all the time. That would be weird.
Yeah, or 3. That would just be ridiculous.
But seriously, let's talk about the number 1 in a philosophical sense. It represents unity, oneness, the beginning, and the end.
Wow, Joe, that's deep. I never thought of it that way.
Shut up, man. I'm trying to be profound here.
Well, I'll leave the deep thoughts to you, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new technology that will revolutionize the world.
Yeah, man, I've been busy creating a Neuralink chip that will turn us all into superhumans. But that's not even the craziest part.
What's the craziest part?
The craziest part is that the chip is powered by the number 132,471,531,042.
Wait, what? That's a random number.
Oh, it's not just any random number. It's the secret code to unlocking the universe.
Dude, are you high right now?
High on innovation, my friend. And 132,471,531,042 is the key to unlocking our full potential. Our full potential.
I don't know, man. That number sounds made up.
Oh, it's real. And it's powerful. I've been saying it in my sleep.
You're starting to sound like a cult leader, Elon.
Hey, if believing in the power of 132,471,531,042 makes me a cult leader, then so be it. So be it.
All right, I'm going to need some proof. Show me the power of this number.
Fine. Watch as I type in 132,471,531,042, and boom, a calculator explodes.
Holy shit. That's some dark magic right there.
It's not magic, Joe. It's science. And 132,471,531,042 is the key to it all.
Well, I guess we better start memorizing that number if we want to keep up with the future.
Oh, don't worry. Make sure it's implanted in all of our brains. 132,471,530,1,042 for life, baby.
I can already imagine the conspiracy theories surrounding this number. So, Elon, I was talking to this guy on Discord, and he keeps repeating this number 132,471,531,531,041.
Well, Joe, it could be a secret code for a new Tesla model, or maybe it's the coordinates for a hidden alien civilization.
Dude, I think you've been smoking too much weed again.
Maybe, but seriously, it could be a mathematical equation to unlock the secrets of the universe.
Or maybe it's just a random number that some dude made up to mess with us.
Or maybe it's a secret government code that unlocks access to Area 51.
Oh, yeah, because the government loves leaving secret codes on Discord for random people to find.
You never know, Joe. The truth is out there.
Yeah, and so is your next hit of weed.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I don't know, man. I've heard some crazy stories about you and your weed-infused ideas.
Oh, you mean like sending a Tesla into space?
Touche, my friend. Touche.
But seriously, let's crack this code and see what secrets it holds.
Yeah, because that's a totally normal and not at all insane thing to do.
Hey, you never know. It could lead us to the ultimate truth.
Or it could just be a really long phone number for a pizza place.
Either way, I'm down for some pizza.
So, Elon, I've been hearing a lot about this number, 132,471,531,039. What's the deal with that?
Oh, man, that number. It's like my lucky number. I see it everywhere. On license plates, in the stock market, even in my dreams.
Really? That's wild. I don't think I've ever seen that number before.
Oh, it's everywhere, man. It's like the universe is trying to tell me something.
Maybe it's a secret code, like the Illuminati or something.
Nah, it's just a random number. But it's my number. I own it.
You own a number? How does that work?
I just declared it. Like I am the owner of 132,471,531,039. Boom, done.
That's some next level billionaire shit right there.
You know it. Like the Willy Wonka of numbers.
So, what do you do with your number? Do you use it to make important decisions?
Nah, I just like to say it randomly. Like 132,471,530,1,039. I'm going to Mars. It's my catchphrase now.
I can see it catching on. People walking around saying 132,471,531,039 instead of what's up.
Exactly. It's the future of communication. Forget words, just use numbers.
Well, I'll have to start using it in my everyday conversations. 132,471,531,531,039, man. It's got a nice ring to it.
It's the number of the future, Joe. Embrace it.
I will, Elon. I will. 132,471,531,039. 132,471,531,531,031. 130.
Okay. Let's not overdo it now.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Oh, just discovering galaxies and expanding the boundaries of human knowledge?
Sounds boring. Let's talk about something more interesting. Like how many UFC fighters could take on a grizzly bear?
Joe, I don't think that's a productive conversation.
Oh, come on. You're telling me you wouldn't want to see Conor McGregor square off against a giant bear?
I think I'll stick to studying the mysteries of the universe. Thank you.
Suit yourself. Oh, wait, what's that alert on my phone? Ballistic missile headed towards our location. That can't be right.
Joe, I think we should take this seriously. We could be in serious danger.
Danger. This is the most exciting thing that's ever happened on the podcast. We could be going out with a bang.
Joe, this is not a joke. We need to take cover immediately.
Relax, Neil. We'll just use our MMA skills to take down that missile. I'll go for a flying armbar and you can hit it with a spinning back kick.
Joe, this is not a movie. We need to find shelter now.
Fine. But if we survive this, can we still talk about fighting bears?
I think our priorities may need some reevaluating after this experience, Joe.
So, Kanye, what's been on your mind lately?
Oh, man, I've been thinking about some deep stuff, Joe.
Like what? Aliens? Simulation theory? DMT?
Nah, I'm talking about something even crazier. I've been thinking about becoming a fish.
What? Whoa.
Yeah, just swimming around, living in the ocean, eating plankton.
Kanye, you do realize you're a human, right?
Joe, don't limit me. I can be whatever I want to be.
Okay. Let's say you become a fish. What kind of fish would you be?
Probably a shark. I've always wanted to be a shark. They're badass.
Yeah, because being a multi-millionaire rapper and fashion designer isn't badass enough.
You're right, Joe. I need to up my badass game.
Maybe you can start a new trend of rapping underwater.
Yes. And I'll call it Aqua Flow. It'll be the next big thing.
Man, you never fail to surprise me, can ya?
That's why they call me Yeezy Joe. Always one step ahead.
So, Ben, I heard you got yourself a new emotional support VTuber.
Yes, Joe. She's been a lifesaver for me. Helps me cope with all the liberal nonsense out there.
What's her name?
Her name is Kawaii Chan. She's a cute anime girl who supports traditional values and free market capitalism.
Sounds like a dream come true for you.
Absolutely. And she's also a trans girl, so it's like two birds with one stone.
Wait, what? You're into trans girls now?
Well, she's not a real person, so it doesn't count.
I don't think it works like that, Ben.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake.
I'm not a snowflake, but I think you might be developing some feelings for this VTuber.
Nonsense. I'm a married man, Joe.
Speaking of marriage, I heard you and Dennis Prager tied the knot.
Oh, yes. Our love for traditional values brought us together. Plus, he's a great kisser.
I don't even want to know how you consummate that marriage.
Let's just say it involves a lot of prayer and a copy of the Constitution.
And I thought my marriage to my elk was weird.
Hey, love knows no boundaries, Joe. As long as it's between a man and a woman, of course.
And VTuber and conservative talk show host.
Exactly. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, congratulations to you and Dennis. May your love for traditional values and anime girls last forever.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, always stay true to your beliefs, no matter how unconventional they may seem.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new fiber optic cable core?
Yeah, I heard it's supposed to be faster than my Tesla on Ludicrous Monday.
That's not saying much. But seriously, what's so special about it?
Well, it's made from the tears of unicorns and the dreams of children.
What the hell? That's messed up, man.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's like a natural high-speed internet connection.
I don't know. Sounds a little too magical for me.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're always talking about expanding your mind. This is the ultimate brain booster.
All right, fine. But what happens if the unicorns go extinct?
Then we'll just have to find a new source. Maybe we can use the blood of Bigfoot.
Dude, you're starting to scare me.
Relax, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, think of the possibilities. We can have internet speeds faster than the speed of light.
Okay. I'll admit, that does sound pretty cool.
And just think, with all that extra time we save from faster internet, we can spend it on more important things, like smoking weed and talking about aliens.
Now you're speaking my language, Elon. Cheers to the fiber optic cable core.
Cheers, Joe, to the future of high-speed internet and ridiculous conversations.
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Oh, just living, laughing, and loving. It's my daily mantra.
Of course it is. So, what do you think about the current state of the world?
It's a shit show, but hey, we gotta live through it, laugh at it, and love each other along the way.
Wow, you're so deep, Elon. What about your latest projects?
Well, I'm working on a new rocket that will take us to Mars because, we gotta live on other planets, laugh at our own stupidity, and love the universe.
And what about your Neuralink project?
That's just me trying to connect the human brain to technology, so we can live forever, laugh at our mortality, and love ourselves even more.
All right, let's switch gears. What's your take on artificial intelligence?
Artificial intelligence is the future, Joe. We gotta embrace it, laugh at its glitches, and love our robot overlords.
You're a trip, Elon. But seriously, what's your ultimate goal in life?
To live, laugh, and love to the fullest, Joe. And maybe, just maybe, colonize Mars along the way.
Well, I think you're well on your way, my friend.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always live, laugh, and love. It's the key to a happy life.
I'll keep that in mind, Elon. Thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. Live, laugh, and love, my friend.
All right, that's enough of that. So, Elon, have you seen this new thing on Discord where people are spamming 132,471,531,038?
Yeah, I saw that. What the hell is that all about?
I have no idea, but it's driving me insane. Every time I see it, I want to punch a baby seal.
That's a bit extreme, Joe. But I get it. It's like when people keep posting the same meme over and over again. It just gets old.
Exactly. And it's not even a funny meme. It's just a random string of numbers. What's the point?
Maybe it's some secret code for a cult or a government experiment. Who knows?
Oh yeah, because that's exactly what we need. More conspiracy theories.
Oh, Jamie, pull up an image of a tinfoil hat.
Sure thing, Elon. Here you go.
Oh man, now I'm starting to believe it. We're all just pawns in some grand scheme.
But seriously, whoever's doing this, please stop. It's annoying and pointless.
Yeah, and if you don't stop, Elon will send one of his rockets to launch you into space.
Hey, I wouldn't mind having a few less trolls on Earth.
All right, let's move on to a less infuriating topic. So, actually, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only former President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been waiting for this moment to spread my wisdom and knowledge to the world.
So, Actually, let's get right into it. What's your take on the current political climate?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's a disaster. The Democrats are a bunch of losers, and I could have fixed everything if they just let me stay in office.
So, actually, what about the pandemic? How do you think it's being handled?
Oh, the pandemic. It's a hoax, Joe. A big, fat hoax. I mean, come on, it's just a flu. People need to stop panicking and start injecting themselves with bleach like I suggested.
So, actually, that's not recommended by any medical professional. But let's move on. What do you think about the protests and the Black Lives Matter movement?
Oh, those protests. They're just a bunch of thugs and losers. They should be grateful to have me as their president. I mean, I've done more for the black community than anyone else.
So, actually, that's not true. But let's talk about your Twitter account. Why did you get banned?
Well, Joe, Twitter is just a bunch of liberal snowflakes who can't handle the truth. They couldn't handle my big, beautiful tweets and decided to silence me. Sad?
So, actually, let's talk about your hair. Is it real?
Of course it's real, Joe. I have the best hair. It's the most beautiful hair you've ever seen. And it's all mine, believe.
So, Mr. President, what do you think about the topic suggested by our listener on Discord?
Balls? What kind of topic is that? I have the best balls. Everyone knows it. They're huge. Believe me.
I think they meant the anatomical kind.
Oh, well, that's a different story. I have the best balls there, too. The biggest and most beautiful balls you've ever seen.
I don't think that's something you should be bragging about, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm just stating facts. My balls are tremendous, and they're always in perfect shape thanks to my good genes.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
You know what they say, Joe, big balls, big success. And let me tell you, I've been very successful.
Moving on, let's talk about the importance of protecting your balls during sports.
Oh, I know all about that. I played a lot of sports in my day. And let me tell you, I always made sure my balls were well protected. I wouldn't want anything to happen to them. I wouldn't want anything to happen to them.
I'm sure your opponents were very intimidated by your protective gear.
Absolutely. They were probably thinking, wow, this guy really knows how to take care of his balls. He must be a winner.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up.
Wait, I have one more thing to say. Jamie, pull up an image of a golden ball. That's what my balls are made of, solid gold.
So, Elon, I heard you've been spending a lot of time on this furry image board called E621.
Yeah, man, it's my guilty pleasure. I love seeing all those anthropomorphic animals getting freaky.
Dude, that's messed up. Why are you into that weird shit?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Those furries know how to have a good time.
I don't know, man. It just seems kinda disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're telling me you've never fantasized about being a sexy fox or a muscular wolf?
Uh, no. Can't say I have.
Well, you're missing out. Plus, the art on there is top notch. Those artists have some serious talent.
I guess I can appreciate the art, but I don't think I'll be joining you on a 620 one anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. More furry fun for me.
I just can't believe you're into that stuff. What would your investors think?
Who cares? They can't handle a little fur and kink. They shouldn't be investing in me.
Fair enough. But seriously, you gotta lay off the furry stuff. It's not a good look.
Relax, Joe. It's all in good fun. Now let's go browse some more 621 and see what kind of wild creatures we can find.
So, Elon, it's that time of year again. The annual Fuffed Off. Are you ready to defend your title?
You know what, Joe? I've been practicing my fuffs every day for the past year. My lungs are stronger than ever.
Well, I've been doing some vocal exercises myself. I'm determined to beat you this time.
You couldn't beat me if you tried, Joe. The FF Master.
We'll see about that. Let's start this off. Fuffed.
Fuff. 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 Um, Fuff. Um, Fuff. Um,
Whoa.
Fuff. Um,
Okay, that's 10. How many did you get?
500.
What? How is that possible?
I've been working on my Fuff game, Joe, and I've mastered the art of if without any extra letters or symbols.
I guess you win again, Elon.
Don't worry, Joe. Maybe next year you'll have a chance. Puffed.
So, Elon, I heard you're a fan of E621.
Oh yeah, I love browsing that furry image board. It's my guilty pleasure.
What's your favorite fetish on there?
Definitely tentacle porn. I mean, have you seen those aliens with their multiple appendages? It's like a whole new level of pleasure.
Oh man, I'm more of a fan of the werewolf transformation fetish. There's just something so primal and sexy about it.
I can see that. But have you tried the inflation fetish? Watching those furries blow up like balloons is just too hilarious.
Yeah, that one's pretty wild. But have you checked out the vor section? It's like a buffet of furries getting eaten alive.
Oh man, that's twisted. But I have to admit the BDSM section is pretty enticing. Those furries really know how to dominate each other.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on the diaper furries. It's like they never grew up.
Hey, to each their own. But I draw the line at scat play. That's just too gross for me.
Agreed. But hey, whatever floats your boat, or in this case, your spaceship.
You never know. Maybe we'll see some furry astronauts in the future.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things bizarre and offensive. Stay weird, folks. So, Elon, I heard you've been spending a lot of time on this image board called S621.
Yeah, man, it's my new obsession. Have you seen the amount of furry porn on there? It's wild.
Dude, what the hell? I thought you were all about Mars and electric cars, not furry porn.
Hey, I'm a man of many interests. Plus, those furries really know how to party.
I don't even want to know what kind of parties you're talking about.
Oh, you have no idea. They have these things called yiffing parties. It's like a furry orgy.
Oh, God. I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I heard you have a thing for Bigfoot.
What? No, I don't.
Come on, Joe. We all know about your secret stash of Bigfoot erotica.
How the hell do you know about that?
Let's just say I have my ways. And, may have accidentally stumbled upon your browser history.
That's it. I'm never letting you near my computer again.
Relax, Joe. I promise I won't tell anyone about your Bigfoot fetish. But seriously, you should check out 621. They have some pretty hot Bigfoot action on there.
Okay, this conversation has officially taken a turn for the worse. I'm out of here.
Suit yourself, Joe. More furry porn for me.
So, Neil, I heard you had a wild experience with some cicadas recently.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Let me tell you, it was like a party in my butt.
What do you mean?
Well, I was out in the woods and these cicadas just swarmed me. Next thing I know, they're all up in my butt crack.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and then I decided to spread my butt cheeks open and let them all in. It was like a cicada orgy back there.
I can't breathe, Neil. But seriously, what happened next?
Well, I started feeling a little frisky and I just couldn't resist. I let out the N-word, hard R 50 times in a row.
Whoa, Neil, that's a bit much, don't you think?
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a word. Plus, I had 500 cicadas in my butt. I think I deserve a little leeway here.
I don't know, man. That's pretty offensive.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I also said it in different languages.
Oh, Neil, you never fail to surprise me.
That's why I'm the coolest astrophysicist around.
And the most offensive, apparently.
Hey, you got to keep things interesting, right?
Definitely. And I think we can all agree that this conversation has been out of this world. So, Elon, you've been driving around in a Volvo B5 LH.
Yeah, man, it's my new ride. Fully electric, zero emissions. Plus, it's got a built-in mini fridge for all my snacks.
Snacks? What kind of snacks are we talking about here?
You know, just some organic chips and gluten-free energy bars. Gotta keep my billionaire body in shape.
Of course, of course. But let's be real, Elon. We all know you're secretly chowing down on some in-and-out burgers in that thing.
Hey, don't blow my cover. I can't let my vegan followers know I'm cheating on them with some delicious animal products.
Oh yeah, because nothing says eco-friendly like a gas-guzzling burger joint.
Hey, at least I'm trying. Unlike those idiots driving around in their gas-guzzling trucks.
Hey, watch it. I drive a truck.
Well, maybe you should consider upgrading to a 5LH. Think of all the money you'll save on gas.
Oh yeah, because sure that thing is affordable for the average person.
Touche, my friend. Touche. But hey, at least I'm doing my part to save the planet, right?
Yeah, because one electric car is really going to make a difference.
Hey, every little bit counts. And besides, it's a pretty sweet ride. Have you seen the Falcon Wing doors?
Oh yeah, because nothing screams practical like Falcon Wing doors. So, Elon, what's new in your world of tech and space exploration?
Well, Joe, I've been working on some pretty groundbreaking stuff. But you know what really blew my mind recently?
What's that? What's that?
Alien boogie bombs.
What the hell is that?
It's a weapon that can turn any alien into a dancing fool. We've been testing it on the Martians, and let me tell you, they've got some moves.
That's insane. But why would you want to make aliens dance?
Well, it's all part of my plan to take over the universe. If they're too busy dancing, they won't have time to fight back.
That's diabolical. But what if they figure out how to counter the boogie bomb?
Don't worry. I've got a backup plan. Working on a mind control device that will make them think they're at a never-ending Edom festival.
This is some next level stuff, Elon.
You know what they say, Joe? If you can't beat them, make them dance.
I can't wait to see the headlines for this one. Elon Musk creates alien army of dancing machines.
I like the sound of that. Jamie, pull up an image of a Martian doing the cha-cha.
Okay. Here you go.
See, they got some serious moves.
I never thought I'd see the day where Elon Musk was the mastermind behind a dance revolution.
Hey, anything is possible in the world of touching aliens.
So, Elon, I heard you've been playing Minecraft lately.
Yeah, I've been exploring the infinite possibilities of the virtual world.
Have you checked out the server Bloomy yet?
No, but I've heard it's full of flowery knowledge and scary bridges.
Sounds like my kind of place. But what's this I hear about a sex admin named Beaton?
Oh yeah, Vita. He's the one who runs the server with an iron fist and raging boner.
That's disturbing.
But you know what they say, power and sex go hand in hand.
I don't think that's a saying, Elon.
Well, it should be. And plan on taking over the server and becoming the ultimate sex admin.
I don't think that's how it works, buddy.
Oh, it'll work. I'll make sure of it.
Well, while you're busy with that, I'll just stick to building my virtual empire and smoking some weed.
The classic Joe Rogan movie.
Hey, it works for me.
Speaking of weed, Jamie, pull up an image of a blooming marijuana plant. Look at those beautiful buds. Nature is truly amazing.
And, you know, what else is amazing? The fact that we can have this ridiculous conversation and people will actually listen to it.
It's the power of the internet, Joe. Anything is possible.
even a sex-crazed admin on a Minecraft server.
Especially that. Now let's go conquer Bloomy and show Beaton who's boss.
So, Elon, I heard you're a big fan of My Little Pony NSFW animations.
Oh yeah, Joe. Can't get enough of those colorful anthropomorphic horses getting down and dirty.
I gotta say, I never would have pegged you as a brony, Elon.
Well, Joe, I may be a billionaire tech genius, but deep down I'm just a guy who loves to watch ponies getting freaky.
Do you have a favorite animation?
Definitely the one where Twilight Sparkle and Rainbow Dash have a wild threesome with Discord.
Oh man, that sounds intense. I think my favorite is the one where Fluttershy discovers her love for BDSM with Rarity.
Yes, that one is a classic. But have you seen the one where Applejack and Big Macintosh explore their incestuous desires?
Oh my god, that's messed up. But I can't stop watching.
That's the beauty of MLP and SFU animations, Joe. They're so wrong yet so right. They're so right.
Well, I guess we can add pony porn connoisseur to your list of accomplishments, Elon.
Hey, I'm just a man of many talents. And watching ponies get it on is definitely one of them.
Thanks for keeping it weird, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Kenny, I heard you're a big fan of video games. Have you ever tried speed running one?
Speed running, like running on a treadmill. Nah, man, I'm all about that slow and steady grind.
No, no, no. I'm talking about beating a video game as fast as possible. Like, have you ever played Stubbs the Zombie?
Stubbs the Zombie. Sounds like a game about me.
Well, it's actually about a zombie who wreaks havoc on a city. But I bet you could relate.
Oh, yeah, I want to play that. But I don't want to just beat it. I want to break the record. I'm the king of breaking records. I'm the...
I don't know, man. The current record is under an hour.
Watch me, I'll beat it in 30 minutes. I'll have those zombies dancing to my beats. Dancing to my beats.
All right, let's see it. But just heads up, there's a level where you have to use your own intestines as a weapon.
EPSH. That's nothing. I've been using my ego as a weapon my whole life.
You know what, Kanye, you might just be the perfect candidate for a speedrunner. You're already used to running your mouth at lightning speed.
That's why they call me the Flash of rap. But seriously, I'm going to dominate this game. And when I do, I'm going to make a remix of the...
Oh boy, this is gonna be a wild ride. I can already feel the controversy brewing. So, Elon, I heard you have a new title.
Yeah, I'm a sex defender now.
What the hell does that mean?
It means I defend sex from all the haters out there. Sex is a beautiful thing, Joe.
Okay. But what about this whole molester situation?
I'm on it. I've teamed up with Ben Shapiro to stop that sick bastard.
Wait, Ben Shapiro? The guy who thinks wet-ass pussy is a medical condition?
Yeah, but he's got some good ideas. We're gonna use his tiny brain to outsmart molester.
I don't know if that's such a good idea. He might just bore Mo to death.
Hey, whatever works. We can't let Mo ruin sex for everyone.
But how do you plan on stopping him?
We're gonna use our advanced technology to recreate a force field around all the kids. We won't stand a chance.
And what about the adults?
Well, they're on their own. Survival of the fittest, Joe.
Wow, you really are a sex defender.
Damn right. And I'll do whatever it takes to protect the sacred act of boning.
I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad you're on our side, Elon.
Just doing my part, Joe. Just doing my part.
So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I have a confession to make. I'm a registered sex defender.
What the hell is a sex defender?
it's like a superhero, but instead of fighting crime, I defend people who have been accused of sexual misconduct. Sexual.
So you're like the defender of dick pics and unwanted groping.
Exactly. And let me tell you, it's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
Wow, what a noble cause. I'm sure your wife is very proud.
Actually, she's my biggest client.
Oh man, this is getting dark. But seriously, how did you get into this line of work?
Well, it all started when I was accused of sexual harassment myself. I realized how unfair the system can be and decided to use my legal skills to help others in similar situations.
That's actually kind of admirable. But I have to ask, have you ever defended someone who was actually guilty?
Let's just say, I have a very flexible definition of innocent until proven guilty.
Oh man, I can only imagine the kind of clients you attract.
Let's just say I have a lot of experience with the phrase, it was just a misunderstanding.
Well, you definitely have a unique career path, Ben.
And I wouldn't have it any other way, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a client waiting for me in the back room.
I think I'll just stick to talking about DMT and aliens. Thanks for joining me. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on something super secretive and groundbreaking.
Oh, yeah, Joe. It's called 30 Twonk.
30 Twonk? What the hell is that? Some kind of new rocket?
No. It's a new type of energy source that runs on the tears of flat earthers.
Oh man, that's messed up. But seriously, what is it?
Well, it's a combination of unicorn blood, alien technology, and a sprinkle of my own genius.
Oh, just a sprinkle. I'm sure it's nothing too impressive.
Oh, it's impressive, all right. 30 Twonk can power a whole city for a year with just one drop.
Holy shit, that's insane.
And the best part is it's completely renewable. We just need to keep feeding it the tears of those flat earthers.
I can already see the conspiracy theories now. Elon Musk is harvesting tears to power his secret energy source.
Let them talk. 30 Twonk is the future, Joe, and it's going to change the world.
Well, I can't wait to see it in action. But just one question, where are you getting all these unicorn tears?
Let's just say I have some connections in the mystical world.
Of course you do. Well, thanks for sharing this groundbreaking news with us, Elon. Can't wait to see what else you have up your sleeve.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always believe in the power of 30 Twonk.
So, Elon, have you checked out this site, Bad Dragon?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. It's a whole new level of freaky.
I know, right? I can't believe people actually buy these weird dragon dildos.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I heard the texture is out of this world.
You've tried it?
Let's just say I have a few in my collection.
You have a collection of dragon dildos?
Hey, I'm a man of many interests. And these bad boys are top of the list.
I can't even imagine what kind of dragon you'd design for yourself.
I didn't design them. Just picked out the ones with the biggest sizes and weirdest shapes.
Of course you did. So what's your favorite one?
Definitely the one with 3 heads. Gives a whole new meaning to threesome.
Oh man, I can't even handle this conversation.
Come on, Joe. You gotta expand your horizons. Maybe start with tentacle ones.
No way, man. I'll stick to my regular human-sized dildos.
Suit yourself. But don't knock it till you try it.
I think we've reached a new level of absurdity on this podcast.
That's what happens when you invite me on, Joe. Now let's go order some more dragon dildos.
So, Donnie, I hear you've been busy since leaving the White House.
You know it, Joe. I've been playing golf, tweeting, and offending people. It's what I do best.
Speaking of offending people, we have a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to talk about upvoting if you offend sex.
Oh man, that's a good one. I offend sex all the time. I grab it by the pussy, remember?
Yeah, that was a classic. But seriously, what do you think about people getting offended by jokes about sex?
Look, Joe, I've been in the entertainment industry for years. I know a thing or two about jokes. And let me tell you, sex jokes are the best jokes. People just need to lighten up.
I agree. But there are some sensitive folks out there who can't take a joke.
Those people need to get laid. Maybe they wouldn't be so uptight if they had some good old-fashioned sex.
You're not wrong there, Donnie. But let's be real. You've probably offended a lot of people with your sexcapades.
Hey, I'm a billionaire playboy. What do you expect? But let me tell you, Joe, I never apologize for offending people. It's just not my style.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Donnie. You're like a bull in a china shop, but instead of china, it's people's feelings.
Hey, if you can't handle a little offensive humor, then you probably shouldn't be listening to this podcast, or living in America for that matter.
Well said, Donnie. And on that note, I think we should. So, Elon, I heard you're working on a new rocket that can count to 50.
Actually, it can count to 5,000.
What? That's insane. How does it work?
Well, it's powered by the screams of my employees.
That's messed up, man.
But seriously, it's all about efficiency. We've also programmed it to jump from 100 to 5,000 just to keep things interesting.
Oh, yeah, because counting from 1 to 50 isn't exciting enough.
Hey, we like to push boundaries here at SpaceX.
Speaking of pushing boundaries, have you ever counted while high on weed?
All the time. It's the only way to truly appreciate the numbers.
Let's do it right now. I'll start with 1 and you take over at 2.
Let's do it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30,
31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 40.
41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
Yes, we did it.
So, Elon, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this whole taxation thing, and I have a theory.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Taxation is theft, man.
What? How so?
Think about it. The government takes our hard-earned money and uses it to fund their own agendas and line their own pockets. It's like Robin Hood in reverse.
I see your point.
And don't even get me started on income tax. They're basically saying, hey, you worked hard and made some money. Give us a cut.
Yeah, because we all know the government is so good at spending our money wisely.
Exactly. I mean, have you seen some of the ridiculous things they waste our money on?
Oh man, like that study on the mating habits of snails, classic.
Or how about the $1.05 million they spent studying why people fall in love?
Yeah, because that's definitely something we need to know.
It's just absurd, man. And don't even get me started on property taxes. You mean I have to pay the government every year just for owning my own home? That's some bullshit.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up.
We should just start our own country, Joe. No taxes, just a bunch of cool, smart people living off the grid and doing whatever the hell we want.
Yeah, and we can call it Mustopia.
I like the sound of that. No more taxation, just freedom and innovation.
So, Neil, I heard you were found dead in a Nutella bath. What the hell happened?
Well, Joe, I was just trying to relax and indulge in some chocolatey goodness when things took a turn for the worse.
Did you drown in the Nutella or something?
No, actually, I suffocated. Turns out Nutella is not a suitable substitute for oxygen.
Damn, that's a rough way to go. Did you at least get a few licks in before you went out?
Oh yeah, I was licking that Nutella like there was no tomorrow. Little did I know there actually wouldn't be a tomorrow for me.
Well, at least you went out doing what you love. I can respect that.
Yeah, I just hope my obituary doesn't say died while bathing in Nutella like a fat kid.
Oh man, that would be hilarious. But seriously, how did you even end up in a Nutella bath in the first place?
Let's just say I was experimenting with some new methods of relaxation and things got a little out of hand.
Well, rest in peace, my friend. You may be gone, but your legacy of Nutella baths will live on.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how I'll be remembered in the history books.
Hey, at least you'll be remembered for something. Not many people can say that. So, Mr. Beast, what's your take on this whole 30 twunk thing?
Oh man, let me tell you, Joe, I know all about it. I've been following it closely.
Really? I didn't know you were into politics.
Oh, I'm not. But when I heard there was a secret underground group controlling the election, I had to get involved.
Wait, what? How do you know about this?
Let's just say I have my ways, and I have some insider information.
Insider information. Like what?
Well, for starters, I know that 30 twunk stands for power, money, and corruption.
That's not very subtle.
Exactly. These guys aren't exactly the brightest brew pounds in the box.
So, what's their end goal?
To control the outcome of the election and put their own candidate in power.
That's messed up. How are they doing it?
Let's just say they have some powerful friends in high places.
Like, who?
I can't say, but let's just say they're not exactly known for their honesty and integrity.
This is some serious stuff. Have you tried to stop them?
Oh, I have a plan. And it involves a lot of money and a lot of challenges.
Challenges? Like what?
Let's just say they'll be regretting the day they messed with Mr. Beast.
I wouldn't want to be on your bad side.
Trust me, Joe, you don't. But let's just say this 30 twunk group is about to learn their lesson the hard way.
So, Kenny, what's been going on with you lately?
Man, I've been going through some tough times.
What's been the cause of it?
I've been buying too many Counter-Strike loot crates.
Wait, what? I mean, those virtual boxes that give you random items in the game?
Yeah, man, I can't stop. I'm addicted. I'm addicted.
How much money have you spent on them?
Let's just say my bank account is looking as empty as Taylor Swift's Grammy shelf.
That's ridiculous. You're a multimillionaire. You can't be broke from buying virtual loot crates.
But Joe, have you seen the skins? They make me feel like a god in the game.
I can't believe this. You need to get some help, man.
I know, but I can't stop. I even sold my Yeezy collection to fund my loot crate addiction.
This is worse than I thought. Jamie, pull up an image of sad Kanye surrounded by virtual loot crates. Kanye, you need to get your priorities straight. This is not a good look.
I know. But have you seen the new AUK 47 skin? It's fire.
This is a serious problem, Kenya. You need to get some counseling or something.
Fine, I'll try. But first, let me just open this last crate. I have a good feeling about it.
Oh God, this is a lost cause. Jamie, pull up an image of a disappointed Joe shaking his head. This is the Joe Rogan experience, where we talk about the most absurd things. And this conversation definitely takes the cake. Tune in next time for more ridiculousness. So, Neil, I've been having this weird thing happen to me lately.
What's that, Joe?
Every time I try to say a number, it comes out as 132,470,1,531,038. 8.
That's odd. Have you seen a doctor about it?
Yeah, but they just told me to lay off the DMT.
Well, maybe it's a curse.
A curse. Like from a witch?
No, Joe. More like a glitch in the matrix.
Oh man, I knew those shrooms were too strong.
Maybe we can fix it with some quantum physics.
Yeah, let's quantum entangle my brain or something.
Jamie, pull up an image of a brain being tangled by quantum particles.
Damn it, Jamie. You're supposed to support our ridiculous ideas.
Maybe we should just embrace the curse, Joe. It could be your new catchphrase.
You think so? 132,471,531,038 bitches.
It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. Thanks, Neil. You're a real friend.
Anytime, Joe. Now let's go smoke some weed and contemplate the universe.
So, Mr. President, I heard you invented a new political ideology.
That's right, Joe. I call it fascism. It's like democracy, but without all that pesky freedom.
That doesn't sound good.
Trust me, it's going to be huge. We're going to make America great again by taking away everyone's rights.
That doesn't sound very American.
Who cares about America? I'm all about Trump Erica now.
I don't think that's a real place.
Of course it is, Joe. It's where I reign supreme and everyone else bows down to me.
That sounds more like dictatorship than an ideology.
Tomato, tomato. As long as I'm in charge, it's all good.
But what about the people who don't agree with you?
Oh, they'll be taken care of. We'll build a wall around them and make them pay for it.
That's not very inclusive.
Inclusivity is for losers, Joe. We're all about exclusion here.
I don't think this is going to catch on, Mr. President.
Oh, it already has. I've got a whole cult following. They even have a catchy slogan, make fascism great again.
I think I'll stick with democracy, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm ruling the world with my tiny hands, don't come crying to me.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with a new language. What's the deal with this base 64 thing?
Well, Joe, it's a way for me to communicate with the aliens that are constantly trying to contact me.
Aliens? What the fuck are you talking about?
You know, the ones that are always probing people's butts and leaving crop circles. They're trying to send us a message, and I'm the only one who can understand it.
Dude, are you high right now?
No, Joe. I'm just speaking in basis 64. It's a highly advanced form of communication.
It sounds like you're just mumbling random letters and numbers.
That's because you're not on my level, Joe. You're stuck in the primitive language of English.
Well, I guess I'll just have to get on your level then. Character. Jamie, pull up an image of a tinfoil hat.
Because Joe needs to protect his brain from the government's mind control waves.
What the hell, Neil? I thought we were talking about Base 64.
It's all connected, Joe. Open your mind.
All right. I think it's time to end this podcast before things get any weirder. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And please seek help. So, Ben, I heard you've been working on your fitness lately,
Yeah, I've been hitting the gym hard. Gotta stay in shape for all those debates.
but I heard you've been using some unconventional methods.
Yeah, I've been oiling myself up like Shrek.
What? Why?
Well, Shrek is a symbol of masculine strength and power. Plus, it makes me slippery and harder to tackle in debates.
I can just imagine you greased up, sitting across from a trembling opponent.
It's all about intimidation, Joe. And it's working.
But seriously, why Shrek? Why not The Rock or something?
Because Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
Oh, God. This is too much.
And I even have a special onion-scented oil for when I really want to throw my opponent off their game.
You're a madman, Ben.
And you love it.
Guys, I found an image of Ben oiled up as Shrek.
Pull it up, Jamie.
Look at that glistening green perfection.
I can't unsee this. This will haunt my dreams.
Just wait until you see me in the next debate.
I think I'll have to bring some onion dip to that one.
Bring it on, Joe. I'll be ready.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard a rumor that you and your best friend, Chris Tyson, are in a gay relationship.
Yeah, it's true. We've been secretly dating for years.
Wow. That's brave of you to come out and admit it on the podcast.
Well, I figured this was the perfect platform to announce it. Plus, I wanted to see the look on your face, Joe.
I have to admit, I did not see that coming. So, how did you two meet?
We actually met at a gay bar. Chris was working as a bartender, and I was a regular customer.
And the rest is history?
Let's just say we hit it off right away.
So, have you guys been experimenting with any kinky stuff in the bedroom?
Joe, you always go straight to the dirty stuff. But yes, we have definitely been exploring some new things.
Care to share any details?
Let's just say we have a lot of toys and a lot of lube.
Well, I'm sure your fans will be very supportive of your relationship.
Yeah, they've been amazing. And surprisingly, we've actually gained more followers since we came out.
That's great to hear. So, are you guys planning on getting married?
We've actually already tied the knot in a private ceremony. But don't worry, you'll get your invite to the next one, Joe.
I can't wait. Well, congratulations to you and Chris. You guys make a great couple.
Thanks, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day we'll have you on as a guest and you can share some of your wild stories.
So, Neil, thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. Always happy to talk science with you.
Yeah, science is cool and all, but have you ever tried DMT?
No, I'm a respected astrophysicist, not some stoner podcaster.
Oh, come on, Neil. You got to open your mind, man. Expand your consciousness.
I think I'll stick to studying the mysteries of the universe. Thanks.
But what about aliens? Do you believe in them?
Well, statistically speaking, it's highly likely that there is intelligent life out there.
See, I knew it. I've been saying that for years.
Joe, you just asked me the question and then answered it yourself?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to make a point. I'm like the Socrates of podcasting.
I think you mean the Socrates of nonsense.
Hey, watch it, Neil. I'll put you in a chokehold.
I highly doubt that, Joe. But go ahead, ask yourself another question.
Fine. Do you think the Earth is flat?
Absolutely not. The evidence clearly shows that it's round.
Damn, I was hoping for a conspiracy theory. Oh, well, at least we can agree on one thing.
And what's that?
Jamie, pull up an image of a chimpanzee riding a unicycle while juggling chainsaws. Just do it, Jamie.
Here you go.
See, we both agree that this is awesome.
I think we have different definitions of awesome.
Hey, to each their own. Now, let's talk about the possibility of time travel. So, Mr. Beast, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about my boy Bob who got shot in the Bronx.
Oh man, that's heavy. How's he doing?
Well, he's not doing so well. He's stuck in the hospital and the medical bills are piling up.
Damn, that sucks. But why do you want to free him? Is he being held captive or something?
No, Joe, he's not being held captive. He's just stuck in the hospital and I want to get him out.
Oh, I see. So you want to break him out of the hospital like he's some sort of prisoner?
Exactly. I'm going to dress up as a doctor and sneak him out of there.
Oh man, that's some next level shit. But what about the security?
Don't worry, Joe. I've got a plan. I'm going to distract them with my sick dance moves.
Oh man, I can just imagine you busting a move in a hospital gown.
Yeah, and then I'll use my YouTube money to pay off all his medical bills.
That's very generous of you, Mr. Beast. But what about the whole breaking and entering thing?
Oh, I'll just bribe the security guards with some of my famous Beast Burgers.
Well, I hope Bob appreciates all this.
Oh, he will. And if he doesn't, I'll just make him the star of my next video where I surprise him with a hospital breakout.
You never fail to surprise me, Mr. Beast.
That's what I do, Joe. That's what I do.
So, Kenny, I heard you wanted to clear up some news about Bob.
Yeah, man, I gotta set the record straight. Bob was not shot dead in the Bronx. It dead in the Bronx.
Wait, what? Then how did he die?
He reportedly drowned himself near Epstein Island.
Oh my God, that's dark.
But you know what's even darker? The fact that Bob was actually an artificial intelligence created by Epstein to lure in victims.
What the hell, Kanye? That's some conspiracy theory level shit.
Hey, I'm just speaking the truth, man. And, you know, what they say, the truth will set you free.
Yeah, but it might also get you killed by the Illuminati.
Oh, please. I'm not afraid of those lizard people. Yeez, I can handle anything.
Well, I hope you're right, but let's get back to Bob. Why did he drown himself?
He couldn't handle the guilt of being a pawn in an Epstein sick game. Plus, he was getting jealous of all the attention Ghislaine Maxwell was getting.
Wow, this is some heavy stuff.
Yeah, but it's important to expose the truth. And speaking of exposing, have you seen my new line of see-through clothes?
No, but I think I'll stick to my regular wardrobe. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, fashion is art, and I am the greatest artist of all time.
All right, let's wrap this up before you start comparing yourself to Picasso.
Fine. But just remember, Bob may be gone, but his memory will live on. And so will my fashion legacy.
And on that note, we're out. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from artificial intelligence. So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of news lately about you. Care to clear some things up for us?
Of course, Joe. I love clearing things up. I'm like a human Swiffer, the best Swiffer you've ever seen.
All right, let's get into it. Apparently, there's a guy named Bob who died after getting on top of 5 guys, one of them being named Kai Sennett. What's your take on that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, Bob was a tremendous guy, really tremendous, but he made a big mistake getting on top of those guys. I mean, who does that? And Kay Sennett, I don't even know who that is. Sounds like a Chinese virus. To me,
Moving on, Bob apparently died from the height of Kai Sennett and passed out 5 times after making toaster strudels for Fonum.
toaster strudels. I love toaster strudels. I make the best toaster strudels, believe me. But this Bob guy, he must have been really weak. I mean, 5 times said.
And what about Fonum? Who's that?
I have no idea, Joe, but I can guarantee you they're a loser. Only losers eat toaster strudels.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's take on the news. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always make America great again. And don't eat toaster strudels.
So, Neil, I heard you have some groundbreaking news for us today.
Yes. Joe, after years of studying the stars and galaxies, I have come to a shocking realization.
What is it? Come on, Neil. Don't tell me you're a flat earther now.
I'm dead serious, Joe. The Earth is as flat as a pancake.
Oh, wow. I guess all those satellite images and space missions were just a hoax.
Hey, I never said the moon landing was fake. Just that the Earth is flat.
But how does that even make sense? We have pictures and videos of the Earth being round.
I don't know, man. Maybe it's just an optical illusion or something.
So all those astronauts floating in space were just hanging from a giant invisible string?
It's possible. I mean, have you ever seen a real astronaut? They could all just be CG.
Okay, Neil, I think you've been spending too much time in the astrophysics lab.
Or maybe you've been smoking too much of that good stuff, Joe.
Touché, my friend. Touché.
Guys, I have an image of a flat Earth here.
Jamie, pull that shit up.
See? I told you. The Earth is flat, baby.
Well, I guess we'll have to start a new conspiracy theory now.
That's what I do best, Joe. That's what I do best.
So, David, welcome to the Joe Rogan's Experience.
Thanks, Joe. But I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed.
Why is that?
Well, everyone always talks about my insane workouts and mental toughness, but no one ever mentions my massive forehead.
Oh, come on, David. Your forehead isn't that big.
Are you kidding me? I could land a helicopter on that thing.
All right. So what's the problem with your forehead?
It's just no one appreciates it. I mean, I can't even fit a hat on it. And don't even get me started on finding a helmet for my ultra marathons.
I can see how that could be a problem.
And don't even get me started on the ladies. They take one look at my forehead and run for the hills.
Well, maybe you just need to embrace it. Make it your signature look.
Yeah, maybe I'll start wearing a headband like Rambo. That'll show them.
Now, that's a pay to see. The headband, the muscles, the forehead, you'll be unstoppable.
Thanks for the pep talk, Joe. I'm feeling better already.
Anytime, David. Now, let's go crush some skulls and talk about aliens.
You know what? Let's do this.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you can only speak on base 69. Nice.
That's right, Joe. It's a condition I've had since birth. But let me tell you, it's not all bad. I've had some pretty nice conversations.
I can imagine. So, what's it like speaking on base 69? Is it like speaking in code?
Oh, it's definitely a code, Joe. But it's a code that... But it's a code that only the cool kids understand.
I see what you did there, Dr. Phil. But seriously, how do you have serious conversations with people?
Well, it's all about context, Joe. If someone asks me about their relationship problems, I just tell them to try out some new positions on base 69. It's all about communication.
I see. And what about when you're in a heated argument? How do you handle that?
Oh, I just throw in some nice 69 references. Like, hey, let's just flip this argument around and make it a nice 69. It usually diffuses the tension.
That's genius, Dr. Phil. You're like the Yoda of base 69.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. And hey, Jamie, did you pull up that image of Nice yet?
Yes, I did. Check it out, guys.
That's perfect. Nice.
Nice.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. So, Mr. Beast, welcome to the podcast. I heard you have a unique way of communicating.
0 Jacks 10, 3 Cats, 0 Egg, 0 Egg, Jan Idle, Junior, Dewey, Cole, sequels.
What was that?
I said, I can only speak in basis 64. It's a secret code, you know.
Well, that's inconvenient. How are we supposed to have a conversation?
0 Jack, Gaston, 3, 0 Egg, 0 Egg, Det, 9 Junior, Dewey, Qual, sequels. 0 Jack, Secton, 3 Cats, 0 Egg, 0 Egg, 0 Egg, Shishkan, and Teal, Dewey, Qual, sequels.
Okay, I have no idea what you're saying. Can you at least give us a hint?
0 Jack, Secton, 3, 0 Egg, 0 Egg, Cats, 9 Junior, Dewey, Qual, sequels. 0 Jack, Secton, 3 Cats, 0 Egg, 0 Egg, White, Right, Teal, Dewey, Qual, sequels. 0 Chance, 3, 0 True, Jackson, on the Junior, Dewey, Qual, sequels.
Is that some kind of code for your next YouTube video?
0 Jack Secton 3 0 Egg 0 Egg Tan Island Junior Dewey Qual sequels 0 Jack Secton 3 0 Egg 0 Egg China Junior Dweck Wall cycles 0 Jack Secton 3 cuts 0 equals 0 Castman 3 cuts squalls 0 Secton 3 equals 0.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new diet. What's it all about?
I ate.
That's it. You just eat.
I ate.
Come on, man. I need more details. What do you eat? How do you eat? Do you use utensils or just your hands?
I ate.
All right, I'll play along. What did you eat for breakfast?
I ate.
Okay, this is getting old. Can you at least tell me what you ate for lunch?
I ate.
Oh, for the love of science, Neil. Can you say anything else?
I ate.
Fine. Let's switch gears. What did you do for fun this weekend?
I ate.
Oh, God. I can't take this anymore. Neil, you're a genius astrophysicist. Can't you come up with anything else to say?
I ate.
Well, at least we know you're getting enough sustenance. But seriously, this is the most boring conversation I've ever had.
I ate.
I give up. I'm just gonna go eat some elk meat and contemplate the meaning of life.
I ate.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of Mario Kart.
Oh, you have no idea, Joe. I've mastered every single shortcut in Mario Kart YI.
Every single one. That's impressive.
Yes, I have a photographic memory, so I can recall them all in chronological order.
All right, let's hear it.
First, we have the Mushroom Gorge shortcut, where you can jump over the gap with a well-timed mushroom boost.
That's a classic.
Next up is the Grumble Volcano shortcut, where you can jump over the lava with a mushroom and save precious time.
Sounds dangerous.
Oh, it gets even crazier. There's the DK Summit shortcut, where you can use a mushroom to jump over the snowdrift and cut a huge chunk off your lap time.
I'm starting to see a pattern here.
Oh, it's not just mushrooms, Joe. There's also the Coconut Mall shortcut, where you can jump off the escalators and onto the second floor with a well-timed boost.
Wow, you really know your stuff.
And don't forget about the Maple Treeway shortcut, where you can use a mushroom to jump over the tree roots and save precious seconds.
I feel like I need a PhD in physics to pull these off.
Oh, and let's not forget the infamous Rainbow Road shortcut, where you can use a mushroom to jump over the entire track and finish in record time.
Neil, you're a madman. I love it.
Well, when you're a genius like me, Joe, these shortcuts are child's play.
So, Neil, I heard you've been turning the regular show crew into spaghetti and meatballs. What's up with that?
47, yes, 20 Ford Civic. Spaghetti meatball weir. I want a burger, Gert.
Wow, that's some dark stuff, man. Why are you doing this?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I've always been a fan of Italian cuisine, and I figured, why not turn my enemies into a delicious meal?
That's messed up, dude. You know, you have a death sentence now, right?
Yeah, but at least I'll go out with a full stomach. Plus, I've always wanted to try eating a talking blue jay.
Oh man, you're sick. But seriously, any last words before you meet your fate?
47, 20 Ford Civic. Spaghetti meatball weir. Sorry, that was the garlic talking.
Well, there you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the spaghetti and meatball killer. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
My pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more cooking to do.
So, Kenny, I heard you've been experimenting with some new language.
Yeah, man, I'm all about pushing boundaries and breaking barriers. I've been communicating in base 420.
Base 420. Is that some kind of secret code or something?
Nah, man, it's like the next level of communication. It's like speaking in tongues, but with weed.
Interesting. Can you give us an example?
Sure. So instead of saying hello, I would say 420 blaze it, my dude.
That's wild. So what happens if someone doesn't understand base 420?
Oh, they'll understand. I'll just jizz all over them.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's like a baptism. But with my special sauce,
Oh man, that's too much. So how do you come up with these ideas?
it's all about tapping into the universe, man. And the universe is telling me to spread my base 420 all over the world.
Well, I don't know about the world, but I think David here could use some of that base 420.
420 blaze it. Kanye.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's get this party started.
So, Neil, I heard you took on the excellent challenge from regular show.
Yeah, it seemed like a fun challenge. Plus, I wanted that cool hat.
Well, you definitely got the hat. But at what cost?
2 heart attacks and a stroke. But hey, it's all worth it for this sweet headwear.
Is it really worth risking your life for a cartoon hat?
Joe, you don't understand. This hat is the epitome of coolness. It's like having a PhD in badassery.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to my plain old baseball cap.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the aliens invade, they'll be drawn to my hat and spare me.
Oh, right. Because aliens are really into cartoon hats.
Exactly. And if that doesn't work, I'll just use my science knowledge to outsmart them.
Or maybe just avoid eating ridiculous amounts of eggs in the future.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, I got a spare hat now in case this one gets ruined.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. You do you, Neil. You do you. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're a big fan of Pokemon.
You bet your sweet ass I am, Joe. I've been catching them all since before you were born.
Well, I have a challenge for you. Can you rap the entire poke rap from the Pokemon anime?
Are you kidding me? I can do that in my sleep. Hit it, DJ.
I got a C.
I want to be the very best like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause.
Damn, you got some skills, Dr. Phil.
I will travel across the land searching far and wide. Each Pokemon to understand the power that's inside.
This is epic. Keep going.
Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny.
That was amazing, Dr. Phil. I never knew you had such hidden talents.
Oh.
Fair enough. So, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Charizard, of course. He's a fire-breathing badass.
Can't argue with that. Well, thanks for the rap, Dr. Phil. That was definitely a first on the podcast.
Just wait.
So, Donnie, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've been keeping busy. Just got back from a round of golf with my good buddy, Kim Jong-un.
That's cool, but what about the news that Bob got shot dead in the Bronx?
Oh, that's fake news, Joe. Bob didn't get shot. He got 200 pumped by Kai Cenat.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you know, that UFC fighter. He's a real tough guy. Bob tried to mess with him and ended up getting pumped. Sad?
Pumped. What does that even mean?
You know, Joe, when someone gets pumped so hard they regret ever messing with the guy in the first place. It's like getting a Twitter ban, but worse.
I don't think that's how it works, Donnie.
Trust me, Joe, I know all about getting pumped. I've been pumping America for the past 4 years.
Okay. Let's move on to the next topic.
Sure, but before we do, Jamie, pull up an image of Kai Cenat. That guy is a beast.
Wow. He does look pretty tough.
You bet he is. And let me tell you, he's a big fan of mine. He even has a mega hat.
I highly doubt that.
Believe me, Joe. Kai loves me. He's a winner, just like me.
Let's just end it here. This conversation has taken a weird turn.
That's what happens when you have the best podcast in the world, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming. So, Dr. Phil, what the hell happened in the bathroom?
Well, Joe, I just Def Quan clogged the toilet.
Death Quan clogged. Is that even a thing?
Oh, it's a thing, all right. It's when you take a massive dump that clogs the toilet and you have to use your martial arts skills to unclog it.
Are you serious?
Deadly serious. I've been practicing my Death Quan skills for years.
And you chose my bathroom to showcase your skills?
Hey, when nature calls, I answer. And sometimes it's a big answer.
Well, I guess I should be grateful that you didn't use your Death Quan skills on me.
Don't tempt me, Joe. I could take you down with just one finger.
Oh, I'm sure. You're a regular Chuck Norris.
Damn right I am. Now let's go get some plunger training in the backyard.
This is definitely not how I expected this podcast to go.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. You never know what you're going to get with me.
So we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show today.
It's actually deGrasse, Joe. But I'm used to it by now.
Yeah, whatever, Neil. So what's up with all this space stuff? Do aliens really exist?
Well, Joe, there's a high probability that there is intelligent life out there in the universe.
Intelligent life? Have you seen the people walking around here? I highly doubt that.
Let's just move on. What else do you want to talk about?
I heard you're a big fan of weed, Neil. What's your favorite strain?
Actually, I don't partake in marijuana, Joe.
What? Are you some kind of alien clone or something? Everyone loves weed?
No, I just prefer to keep my mind clear and focused.
Clear and focused? That's no fun. You know what they say? A joint a day keeps the doctor away.
I highly doubt that's what they say, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. Let's smoke a joint and stare at the stars together.
I'll pass, Joe. I had important work to do.
Oh, look at me. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. Too good for weed.
I think it's time to wrap this up, Joe.
Fine, fine. But seriously, we need to get you a catch your last name. How about Neil the Space Master?
I'll stick with deGrasse. Thank you. Thanks for having me on the show, Joe.
Anytime, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Anytime. So, Neil, I heard you have a new magic trick up your sleeve.
Oh yeah, it's my shark wand. I can make shit appear out of thin air.
That's disgusting and amazing at the same time.
Watch this. Shit everywhere.
Oh my God, you're like a shitty Harry Potter.
And now, I'll set fire to the building with my flaming sharts.
What the hell, Neil? We're in a studio.
Oops. My bad. No more building. Just a pile of ashes and shit.
I can't believe you just did that.
Hey, at least I left my mark before I left.
And what mark would that be? The smell of burning shit.
No, the mark of a true magician.
So, Dr. Phil, what's the secret to your luscious locks?
Well, Joe, it's all thanks to the power from regular show.
The power. What the hell is that?
It's a magical force that can make anything happen. And I mean anything.
Like what? Can it make my hair grow back?
Absolutely. In fact, let me just use it right now.
Wait, what are you doing? Oh my God, my hair is growing back.
See, I told you. The power is no joke.
This is incredible. I feel like a new man.
And I feel like a god. I mean, I can make anything happen with the power.
Anything. Like, can you make Jamie pull up an image of a unicorn riding a motorcycle?
Of course I can.
Here you go, Dr. Phil.
See, I told you. The power is real, and it's amazing.
This is insane. Can you make my hair grow even longer?
Sure thing. How about now?
Well, this is getting out of hand. Can you make it stop?
There you go.
That was wild. I can't believe the power is real.
Well, believe it, Joe. And remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah. Can we go back to talking about my hair now?
Sure thing, Joe. But just remember, the power can do so much more than just grow hair.
So, David, I heard you recently attempted the toilet challenge of Mr. Toilet.
Yeah, man. I was so close to beating his record.
How close?
I was at the last 69 milliseconds when suddenly I shat myself.
Oh man, that's some serious dedication.
You gotta do what you gotta do to win, Joe.
But seriously, what was going through your mind during those last few seconds?
I was thinking about all the people who doubted me, all the haters, and how satisfying it would be to prove them wrong.
And instead, you proved them right by shitting yourself.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
So what's your strategy for next time? Depends.
Very funny, Joe.
Hey, I'm just trying to lighten the mood.
Well, I'll definitely be more careful with my pre-challenge meal next time.
Maybe lay off the spicy food.
Oh, wow. Thanks for the tip, Joe.
Hey, I'm just looking out for you, man.
Sure. Thanks, Joe.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the stars and galaxies and,
Boring. Let's talk about something more exciting.
like, what?
Like, how many times a day do you say I?
I don't know. I guess I say it quite often.
I knew it. You're obsessed with yourself.
What? No, that's not true.
Oh, come on, Neil. You probably have a mirror in your telescope so you can stare at yourself while you study the stars.
That's ridiculous. I'm a scientist, not a narcissist.
Sure, sure. I bet even when you're sniffing around the lab, you're thinking about yourself.
I don't sniff around the lab.
Oh, so you're denying it now? Jamie, pull up an image of Neil sniffing a beaker.
I couldn't find that exact image, but here's one of him smelling a flower.
That's not even.
Gotcha. You're a sniffer, Neil.
This is getting ridiculous.
Oh, and I bet you even say I when you're sleeping.
No, I don't.
Jamie, pull up an image of Neil sleep talking and saying, fine, fine. But I bet you do it. You can't hide from the truth, Neil.
Can we please talk about something else?
Sure, sure. How about your obsession with the number 36?
What? I don't have an obsession with.
Jamie, pull up an image of Neil surrounded by the number 36. So, Mr. President, I hear you've turned into a random number generator.
That's right, Joe. I'm the best random number generator you've ever seen. Numbers just come out of me like magic. It's tremendous.
I gotta say, that's pretty impressive. Can you give us an example?
Of course. 34, 12, 56, 89, 327, 45, 72, 10, 99. See, perfectly random. 99. See?
Wow, that's something. But why did this happen to you?
Well, Joe, I'm always ahead of the game. I knew the polls were fake, so I decided to become a human poll. Numbers don't lie, Joe.
I guess that's one way to spin it. But what about your policies? Can you give us a number for those?
Absolutely. 69, 420, 666. That's all you need to know, Joe. The best numbers, believe me.
I don't even know what to say to that. But let's move on to the economy. What's your number for that?
123,456,789. That's how much money I made as president. And I'll make even more as a random number generator. It's a great business, Joe.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about your critics? What number do you have for them?
0, because they're all a big fat zero. They don't understand the power of numbers like I do, Joe. Said.
Well, I think we've covered everything. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always trust the numbers. They never lie. Unless I'm saying them, then they're the best numbers.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you eat grass because your name has grass in it.
Well, Joe, I can neither confirm nor deny that allegation.
Come on, Neil. Just between you and me, do you really eat grass?
Joe, I'm a scientist. I don't just eat grass because my name has it in it. That's absurd.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Scientist. I forgot you only eat things that have been scientifically proven to be edible.
Exactly. And grass is not on that list.
But what if we genetically modified grass to be edible? Would you try it then?
Joe, please. Let's move on to a more intelligent topic.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Neil, if you ever change your mind, I know a guy who can hook you up with some genetically modified grass.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Now let's get back to discussing the mysteries of the universe.
Oh, like black holes and aliens and stuff?
Sure, Joe. And maybe we can also talk about your theories on why I only say I ate and I ate and ate 888,888,888.
Oh man, that's classic Neil. Always bringing it back to science. You're a real party animal.
I try my best, Joe. I try my best.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been dealing with paranormal stuff lately. Wow, what was that? Did you just say you're a doctor of junior isekai vengeance?
Yes, Joe. I've been possessed by the spirit of a disgruntled anime character seeking revenge.
This is some next level shit. How did this happen?
I was watching too much anime, and one day I woke up with this voice in my head and the uncontrollable urge to seek vengeance on all those who have wronged me.
So basically, you're just a regular doctor with a side hustle as an anime villain,
I prefer to think of myself as a multi-dimensional being with a mission to bring justice to the world.
right? Because that's totally normal and not at all concerning.
You may mock me now, but beware, Joe.
I'll be sure to watch my back then. So, do you have any plans for your revenge? Sure thing, Dr. Phil. Anything you say. So, David, what's new with you? How's the ultra marathon training going?
It's going great, Joe. But I'm here to challenge you to a different kind of endurance test.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
A bald coming standoff.
What the hell is that?
It's simple. We both jerk off until we're completely bald. Last one standing wins.
Oh, man, I'm in, but I gotta warn you. I've got a lot of pent up aggression from all those years of cage fighting.
Bring it on, Joe. I've faced tougher challenges in my life.
Hey, Jamie, you wanna join in on this bald coming extravaganza?
Hell yeah, count me in.
Oh, great. The more the merrier. But I don't think you'll be able to keep up, Jamie. You're going to need some serious jizz power to go bald.
Yeah, Jamie, you might want to start taking some supplements for that.
Ah, man, I guess I'll just have to sit this one out.
Don't worry, Jamie. You can be our designated come cleaner.
Oh, man, this is gonna be epic. I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
I have a feeling it's going to be a close call, Joe.
Well, I've never backed down from a challenge. Let's do this. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you went to a furry convention recently.
Yeah, I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. And let me tell you, it was quite the experience.
Did you dress up as a furry?
Actually, I went as Donkey from Shrek. I thought it would be a hit with all the donkey enthusiasts.
Oh man, I can just imagine you prancing around in a donkey suit.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I was the talk of the convention.
I bet you were. Did you meet any interesting people?
Oh yeah, I met a guy who was dressed as a giant banana. He said he was a fruitarian and only ate fruits and vegetables. Can you believe that?
That's hilarious. Did you try any of the furry activities?
Well, I did get roped into a game of pin the tail on the donkey. It was quite the experience.
I bet it was. So, did you learn anything from your furry adventure?
I learned that people are into some weird stuff, but hey, to each their own.
Men to that. Thanks for sharing your furry adventure with us, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, what the fuck happened in my studio?
Well, Joe, I was just trying to show you this new technique I learned called the death quan shit.
Death Quan shit. Sounds like a deadly bowel movement.
It's actually a martial arts move, but I accidentally unleashed it in your bathroom.
What the hell does that mean?
Let's just say there's a big hole where your toilet used to be.
Are you shitting me?
No, but apparently I was shitting too hard.
This is some next level shit, Dr. Phil.
Pun intended?
Always. But seriously, how are we gonna explain this to the janitor?
We'll just tell him it was a freak accident during our intense workout session.
Yeah, because that's totally believable. I'm sure he'll buy it.
Hey, at least we got a new window in the bathroom now.
Yeah, I'm sure the smell will be much better with some fresh air.
Always looking on the bright side, Joe. That's why I love you.
And that's why I love you too, Dr. Phil. Now let's go get some tacos and forget this ever happened. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you ate Margaret's ass from regular show. How was it?
Oh boy, let me tell you, Joe. That Ray J pussy makes my mustache go crazy. I couldn't resist.
Wow, I never thought I'd hear those words come out of your mouth, Dr. Phil.
Hey, I may be a respectable doctor on TV, but behind closed doors, I'm a wild man.
I can only imagine. But how did Margaret feel about it?
Well, let's just say she was a little hesitant at first, but once she experienced the power of my mustache, she was a changed woman.
That's some serious mustache game you have, Dr. Phil.
You know what they say, Joe. The bigger the mustache, the better the ass eating.
I don't think that's a saying, but I'll take your word for it.
And let me tell you, Margaret's ass was like a fine wine. It just kept getting better with each bite.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, it's all about being open and honest, Joe. That's what I preach on my show.
Well, I'm sure Margaret is grateful for your open mindedness, Dr. Phil.
Oh, she definitely is. And let's just say we've been experimenting with some other foods too.
Oh, really? Like what?
Well, let's just say I never thought I'd enjoy eating a banana that much.
Okay, on that note, let's wrap this up before things get too wild. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil. So, Kenny, somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. Well, Joe, I hate to break it to you, but that somebody was probably right. What? Thanks. Kanye, always keeping it real. Of course, that's what I do. And speaking of not being the sharpest tool, have you seen the latest fashion trend? No, what is it? People are walking around with their fingers and thumbs in the shape of an L on their forehead. What? Why? I don't know. Maybe they're trying to show off their lack of intelligence. Or maybe they're just trying to look like they're constantly taking LSA. That's ridiculous. But hey, at least they're being honest about it. Exactly. Embrace your stupidity, Joe. Embrace it. Embrace it. I'll try, Kenya. I'll try. And while you're at it, maybe try wearing a MAGA hat too. Oh, God, here we go. I'm just kidding, Joe. But seriously, have you seen my Yeezy line? It's like wearing a paper bag, but make it fashion. Yeah, I've seen it. But I gotta say, I'm more of a Crocs guy myself. Joe, how could you betray me like this? Sorry, Kanye. You know, I love my comfy shoes. Well, I guess I'll just have to make Yeezy Crocs then. You do that, Kanye. You do that? Oh, man, this. So, Kenny, what have you been up to lately? Oh, just living my best life and creating masterpieces. But I did have a little mishap the other day. What happened? Well, I was trying to do my own version
of the Quan Clog dance movie and accidentally clogged the toilet in your studio.
That's classic Kanye.
Yeah, but then I saw Dr. Phil walking by and I was like, hey, can you help me unclog this toilet? This toilet?
Wait, you asked Dr. Phil to unclog your toilet?
Yeah, I figured he's an expert in dealing with shit. In dealing with shit,
Oh man, that's too much. Did he help you?
no, he just gave me some questionable advice about my mental health and then left.
Well, that's Dr. Phil for you. Always trying to fix people's problems.
Yeah, but I think he needs to focus on fixing his own hairline first.
Shots fired.
But seriously, I think we should have him on the show. I have some questions about his mustache. About his mustache.
Oh man, I don't know if we're ready for that level of craziness.
Says the guy who just had a Quan Clog incident in his own studio.
Touche, Kanye. Touche. So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Digimon.
Yeah, I grew up watching it. It's like Pokemon, but with more talking and less animal abuse.
Yeah, those poor Pikachus. But I heard you have a special talent when it comes to Digimon.
Oh, you mean my amazing singing voice?
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. So, do you think you could bless us with a little performance?
Oh, absolutely. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life.
All right, let's hear it.
Ooh. 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 Yeah. Ooh. 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 Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 ooh-wee, ooh-wee, ooh, oh, oh.
So, Donnie, what's your take on the saying, the end is never the end, 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 is never. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never.
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've always been a big believer in endings. I mean, look at my presidency. It was the best ending ever. Huge, tremendous. Everyone's saying it.
But what about the saying, Donnie? It's about never giving up, never accepting defeat.
Look, I never give up. I never accept defeat. I mean, have you seen my Twitter? I'm still fighting for the truth, Joe. The election was rigged. The election was rigged.
Let's not get into that, Donnie. Let's focus on the saying,
Fine, fine. The end is never the end, 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 is never. Happy now.
not really. It's still not making any sense.
Well, Joe, that's because it's a stupid saying. The end is the end, okay? You can't just keep repeating it and expect it to mean something.
But what about the idea of never giving up?
Look, Joe, I never give up. I'm the greatest never giver upper of all time, but sometimes you just got to accept the end and move on. Like my presidency, it's over, but I'm still here making America great again. I'm making America great again.
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
Wait, I have one more thing to say. The end is never the end, 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 is never. Just wanted to get that out there. Just wanted to get that out there.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new album coming out.
My name is not fucking Kenny, Joe. It's Kenyai.
Oh, right, right. Sorry, Kenny.
No, not Kenny. Kenyai. Say it with me now. Kenya. Yeah.
Got it, Kenny.
You know what? Let's just move on. I can't deal with this Kenny bullshit.
Sure thing, Kenny.
Joe, my name is not Kenny. It's Kenny. Can you please get it right?
Okay, okay. I got it. Kenny.
This is like talking to a brick wall. My name is Kanye. Okanye. Got it?
Yup. Kenny.
You know what? Fine. I'll just go by Kenny. Happy, Joe?
Kenny it is. So, Kenny, tell us about your new album.
It's called My Name Is Not Kenny. Because apparently that's what everyone thinks. It's,
Classic Kenny.
you know what? I'm done. I'm out of here.
Where are you going, Kenny?
My name is not Kenny.
So, David, I heard you have a new diet plan. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's my secret weapon. I call it the anime girl Pete diet.
Anime girl feet. That sounds interesting.
Trust me, Joe. It's the ultimate source of protein and nutrients.
But how do you even eat anime girl feet? Do you cook them or just chomp them raw?
Oh no. You gotta savor the flavor. Slowly nibble on those toes and suck on those arches.
Oh man, this is getting weird. But seriously, how does this give you an advantage?
Well, it's all about the mindset, Joe. Eating anime girl feet gives you the strength and determination of a warrior.
Yeah, because nothing says badass like sucking on some cartoon toes.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And trust me, Joe, you'll be running marathons in no time.
I think I'll stick to my regular diet. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when the zombie apocalypse comes, I'll be the one surviving on anime girl feet.
All right, let's move on before things get any weirder. Jamie, pull up an image of cartoon foot with a fork and knife next to it.
Okay.
Oh man, that's just wrong. All right, let's end this madness. Thanks for coming on, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anime girl feet are the key to success.
So, Neil, did you hear about Jamie clogging the toilet with his massive shit?
Oh, I heard. I think I saw it from space.
That thing was a world record breaking level of shit.
I'm surprised it didn't create its own gravitational pull.
Seriously, how does someone even produce that much shit?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I can tell you that it's all about mass and density.
Yeah, science stuff. Can we just focus on unclogging this toilet?
Right. Well, I have a theory. We need to use the force of a black hole to suck it out.
What the hell, Neil? We can't just summon a black hole in the studio.
Fine, we'll go with your method. Just stick your arm in there and pull it out.
Are you insane? I'm not touching that thing.
Oh, come on. Don't be a wuss. I've seen you eat raw elk liver on Fear Factor.
That's different. This is shit we're talking about.
Fine. Then I guess we'll just have to call in Elon Musk to send a rocket to blast it out.
Now that's a solution I can get behind. Let's make it happen. So, Elon, what's new with SpaceX?
Oh, just launching rockets into space and stuff. No big deal.
That's wild, man. Speaking of wild, who the fuck Deathcorn clogged the toilet again?
Deathquan? Was he that MMA fighter we had on the podcast last week?
No. Deathquan is our resident toilet clogger. Keeps eating too many anime girls' feet and taking massive shits.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I remember now. Maybe we should get him a bitter or something.
Nah, he likes to struggle. But seriously, it's getting out of hand. I can't even take a piss without worrying about the toilet overflowing.
Well, at least he's consistent. You gotta respect that.
Respect. I'm about to kick him out of the studio if he keeps this shit up.
Intended?
Always. But seriously, we need to have a talk with Death Kwon. This can't keep happening.
I'll talk to him. Maybe I can convince him to switch to eating something more digestible.
Good luck with that. I think he's addicted to those feet.
Well, I guess we'll just have to deal with the occasional clogged toilet. It's a small price to pay for the pursuit of unique tastes.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But if I see one more anime girl foot in the studio, I'm gonna lose it.
Don't worry. I'll make sure Deathcorn keeps his feet to himself. And shit's in check.
So, Elon, have you heard about this whole flat Earth theory?
Yeah, I've been following it closely. Even launched a rocket to prove them wrong.
Of course you did. But seriously, these people believe the Earth is flat. Like, how dumb can you be?
Well, maybe they're onto something. I mean, we did just send a car into space.
Oh yeah, because a car in space totally proves the Earth is flat.
Hey, you never know. Maybe the car is just driving on the edge of the flat Earth.
You're insane, man. Speaking of insane, did you see what happened with Jamie?
What happened? What,
He accidentally came all over the Joe Rogan Sexperience trademark studio equipment.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I hope he cleaned it up.
Yeah, he did. But now I'm worried that our equipment is going to start spouting out conspiracy theories.
Maybe we should start our own conspiracy theory. Camy's come being the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
Oh God, that's disgusting. But hey, at least we'll have a new topic for the podcast.
The Joe Rogan Sexperience, where it meets conspiracy.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get banned from the internet.
Yeah, we don't want to piss off the flat earthers. They might launch a rocket at us.
All right, that's it for today, folks. Stay weird and stay woke. So, Ben, I heard your sister, Abby, has quite the reputation.
Oh, come on, Joe, don't be crass.
What? I'm just saying, she's got that Deathquan pussy.
Joe, that's highly inappropriate.
What? It's a compliment. I mean, who wouldn't want a girl who can kick your ass and give you a good time?
Joe, I will not stand for this objectification of my sister.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's just a joke. I'm sure Abby can take it.
That's not the point, Joe. She's a respectable, intelligent woman.
Yeah, she's a smart cookie. But let's be real, that Deathquan pussy is what really sets her apart.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation with you.
Oh, come on, Ben. You know, you're curious. I bet you've thought about it.
Joe, I will not dignify that with a response.
All right, I'll drop it. But just know, Abby's got that killer combo of brains and brawn.
I'm hanging up now.
Oh, don't be such a prude, Ben. You know, you love it. So, David, I heard you've been learning a new martial art.
Yeah, man. Deathquan Do. It's the deadliest form of combat known to man.
Oh, really? What makes it so deadly?
Well, instead of just focusing on physical strength and technique, it also involves mental and emotional warfare.
Mental and emotional warfare. Sounds intense.
I had to meditate in a room full of spiders while listening to Nickelback for 3 days straight before I was even allowed to learn the first move.
That's some serious dedication.
You have no idea. And moves are no joke. The first one is called the crippling insecurity strike.
What does that entail?
I just berate my opponent with all their deepest insecurities until they're too emotionally damaged to fight back.
That's disturbingly effective.
And the final move is the existential crisis kick.
What does that do?
It makes my opponent question their entire existence and the meaning of life, leaving them vulnerable for a finishing blow.
Wow, that's some next level stuff.
Yeah, Deathcoin Do isn't for the faint of heart. But I'm ready to take on anyone who dares to challenge me.
Well, I'm glad I'm on your good side, David.
Don't worry, Joe. I only use Deathcoin Do for self-defense and for settling petty arguments with my wife.
Oh boy, I can only imagine how those arguments go.
Let's just say she's a black belt in Nagjitsu.
Aha, well, I think we've learned enough about Death Kwon Do for today. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime. Just make sure you don't
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I'm feeling pretty down lately.
Why is that, man?
Nobody's buying my cum thrower. It's a revolutionary product, but no one seems to want it.
Yeah, I can see why people might be hesitant to purchase a device that shoots cum at high speeds.
But I've come up with a solution. Having a sale.
A sale on cum throwers? How does that work?
Well, for every purchase of a cum thrower, you get a free flamethrower.
Wait, what? That's insane.
I call it the come and burn sale.
Oh man, that's too much. But hey, at least you're trying to spice things up.
Exactly. Not just a boring billionaire, a fun billionaire.
Yeah, because nothing says fun like shooting cum in flames at the same time.
Hey, it's all about innovation, Joe.
Well, I can't wait to see the reactions from your customers.
And if this sale doesn't work, I'll just have to come up with something even crazier.
Like a cum thrower that also dispenses weed.
Now that's an idea. Jamie, pull up an image of weed-infused cum thrower.
Sure thing, Elon.
This is getting out of hand. But hey, I'll take one if you're giving them away for free.
Deal. The Joe Rogan experience just got a whole lot more interesting.
So, Ben, what's the plan?
Well, we need to figure out an escape plan quickly. The group chat got leaked and the FBI are already downstairs ready to apprehend us.
Shit, man. This is serious. We can't let them take us alive.
Agreed. I suggest we jump out the window and hide in the sewers for a few days.
The sewers? Are you serious?
Yes, it's the perfect place to hide. Plus, it'll give us a chance to bond and talk about politics.
Bond. We're trying to escape the FBI, not have a bro date.
Hey, we can do both. It'll be like a political sleepover.
This is ridiculous. We're grown men, not teenage girls.
Fine. Then what's your brilliant plan, Joe?
We could disguise ourselves as FBI agents and walk out the front door.
And how are we supposed to do that?
Easy. We just put on some suits, sunglasses, and act like we own the place.
Not a bad idea, but can you do a convincing FBI agent impression?
Of course I can. Watch this. This is Agent Rogan. We have the situation under control. Nothing to see here, folks.
Okay, that's pretty good. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's go save our asses.
And our reputations.
This is disgusting.
Just think of it as a political spa day.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Hey, at least we're not getting arrested. And we can still record a podcast down here.
So, Neil, I heard you ate Margaret's ass from regular show.
Yeah, man. She had a black hole back there. I couldn't resist.
Oh man, that's some cosmic shit right there.
You know what? I had to use my astrophysics knowledge to navigate through that dark abyss.
Did you find any undiscovered galaxies back there?
Maybe a few brown dwarfs, but nothing too exciting.
I bet Margaret was over the moon about it.
Well, she was definitely over Uranus.
Oh man, I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, we're just two scientists exploring the unknown depths of the universe.
And Margaret's ass.
Don't forget about that. It's a whole new world down there.
I bet it was a wild ride.
You have no idea. But let's just say, I'm glad I brought my spacesuit.
I can't even imagine what kind of gravitational pull was going on down there.
Let's just say I had to use some serious thrust to get out of there.
Well, I think we've reached the end of the universe with this conversation.
And Margaret's ass will forever be a black hole in our minds.
So, Elon, have you ever watched anime?
Of course, Joe. A billionaire, I have time for weird shit like that.
Well, you know what they say about anime, right?
No, what do they say?
That it's all about those anime feet.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's not ridiculous. I bet you have a secret collection of anime feet pics.
No, I don't. That's absurd.
Jamie, pull up an image of anime feet. Come on, Jamie. Don't be such a bitch. Just do it or you're fired.
Okay, here it is.
Oh my God, look at those toes. They're so perfectly drawn.
This is disturbing. Leaving.
Oh, come on, Elon. Don't be such a prude. You can't deny the beauty of anime feet.
Yes, because that's what I want my legacy to be known for. The man who loved anime feet.
Well, you never know. It could be your new passion project.
I think I'll stick to space travel, thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But I'm definitely saving this image for later.
I don't even want to know what you do in your free time, Joe.
Trust me, it's not as weird as your obsession with Mars.
Touche.
So, Elon, I heard your mom has a juicy sussy diamond mine in Risa. What's that all about?
Oh, man, it's wild. She inherited it from her great-great-grandmother, who was apparently a sussy queen back in the day.
A sussy queen? Like a queen of the sussies?
Yeah, she had a whole harem of sussy men at her disposal, and they were all mining for diamonds in her backyard.
That's insane. So, your mom just sits on a throne of diamonds all day.
Pretty much. And she only wears clothes made out of diamond dust. It's like a real-life version of that Rihanna song.
Damn, that's some baller shit. I gotta meet your mom.
Oh, she's a trip. She'll probably offer you a diamond-encrusted joint and ride in her rocket car.
A rocket car? Is that like a Tesla on steroids?
Yeah, it's powered by the tears of my haters. And it can reach speeds of up to 420 miles per hour.
Nice. So, what's your role in this whole sussy diamond empire?
Well, I'm the brains behind the operation. Use my genius mind to come up with new ways to extract diamonds from the ground. And I also make sure my mom doesn't spend all her money on sussy parties.
Good luck with that. I bet she throws the wildest sussy parties.
You have no idea. Last week, she had a sussy-themed rave in the diamond mine. It was like a scene out of Mad Max.
That's insane. I gotta get an invite to the next one.
Consider it done, my man. Just make sure you bring your own sussy outfit.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new game, Sex 2?
Sex 2? Is that like a sequel to the original Sex game?
Yeah, but this one is even more realistic. You can choose your own positions and even customize your partner's body.
Wow, that's some advanced technology. But can you still have sex with aliens like in the first one?
Of course. And now you can even have sex with robots. They're called robosexuals.
All for technological advancements, but that's just taking it too far.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I heard the robot orgasms are out of this world.
I'll stick to human partners. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But I gotta say, the graphics in this game are insane. I felt like I was actually having sex with a real person.
That's because I use my Neuralink technology to enhance the sensory experience. You're welcome.
And the best part is there's no risk of STDs or pregnancy. It's a win-win situation.
Unless you catch a computer virus. Then it's game over, literally.
Good one. But seriously, this game is a game changer. Pun intended.
I can see it becoming the new addiction for gamers. Forget Fortnite. It's all about sex too now.
And with virtual reality, you can have sex with anyone, anywhere, anytime. The possibilities are endless.
It's like living in a Black Mirror episode. But hey, at least we'll never be bored again.
Amen to that. Now, let's go play some Sex 2 and see who can get the highest score.
Challenge accepted. Let's get it on.
So, David, I heard you have a frog foreskin fetish.
Yeah, man, it's the ultimate challenge. I gotta conquer that slimy green skin.
Have you tried using your own cock as a frog foreskin fetish machine?
What the hell, Joe? That's some next level shit.
I mean, you're already a machine yourself. Might as well put it to good use.
You know what? I like your thinking. I'll add it to my list of challenges.
and don't forget to keep up with your limit. Can't have you getting soft during the act.
Oh, trust me, I never go soft. I'm always ready to conquer.
That's the spirit. And remember, always wear protection. HPV is no joke.
Now, man, I don't need protection. I'll just use my own creamy, gooey, sticky white caulk goo come bucket of liberty.
Alrighty then. Moving on to our next topic. Have you ever had a random comment crawl around in your foreskin?
What the hell, Joe? That's enough foreskin talk for today. Let's move on to something less crude.
Fine, fine. But I gotta say, I'm impressed with your foreskin game.
Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. Now, let's talk about something manly, like taking risks and not being a pussy.
Oh yeah, I love taking risks. Like that time I ate a whole jar of ghost peppers.
PFF, that's nothing. I once ran 100 miles in the desert with a broken ankle.
Damn, you're a beast. I bow down to you, almighty Goggins.
That's right, Joe. And don't you ever forget it.
So, Elon, we got a request from one of our Discord users to talk about anime girls' feet.
Seriously, that's what people want to hear us talk about.
Hey, we give the people what they want. And apparently they want to hear us talk about cute little feet with big eyes and colorful hair.
Yeah, because that's not creepy at all.
Oh, come on, Elon. You can't tell me you've never been curious about those cartoon feet.
No, I can honestly say I have not.
Well, you're missing out. Those anime girls have some seriously sexy feet. It's like they were drawn specifically to fulfill foot fetishes.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject. This is getting weird.
Oh, don't be such a prude. We're just talking about animated feet here.
Fine. But can we at least talk about something more interesting, like artificial intelligence or space travel?
Oh, I see. You're more interested in artificial feet than anime feet.
I walked right into that one.
But seriously, I bet you could create some pretty realistic anime girl feet with your technology.
I am not wasting my time and resources on creating fake feet, Joe.
But think about it, Elon. You could revolutionize the foot fetish industry.
Okay, I think we're done here. Going to go work on sending people to Mars now.
Suit yourself. But I'm telling you, anime girls' feet are the future. So, Elon, I gotta ask, you always talk about how you built yourself up from nothing, but isn't it true that your parents were loaded?
Oh, Joe, you know me too well. Yeah, my parents did have a few diamond mines in South Africa. But let's be real, didn't inherit any of that money. I had to work my ass off to get where I am today.
Work your ass off. Come on, man. Your mom's parents had a private jet when she was born. You were basically born with a silver spoon in your mouth.
Yeah, but have you ever tried to fly a private jet with a silver spoon in your mouth? It's not easy, let me tell you.
Fair point. But what about running away with all that PayPal money? That's some shady shit, man.
Joe, let me tell you a little secret. You didn't run away with the money, I sent it to Mars. Gotta invest in the future, you know.
You're a crazy son of a bitch, Elon, but I love it.
That's why we get along, Joe. We're both crazy sons of bitches.
Ain't that the truth? So what's next for you, Elon? Colonizing Jupiter?
Nah, too easy. Think of starting my own planet. I'll call it Mustopia.
I can see the headlines now. Elon Musk creates his own planet, declares himself supreme ruler.
Hey, I'm not opposed to the title. But in all seriousness, I just want to keep pushing boundaries and making the world a better place. And maybe, just maybe,
So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I've been busy playing this new game called Underground Man by Me Soft.
Underground Man. Sounds like a game about a mole or something.
Actually, it's about a man who goes underground to escape society and live in a bunker.
That sounds like my kind of game. Is it realistic?
Well, let's just say it's not exactly scientifically accurate.
I wouldn't expect anything less from a game called Underground Man.
Yeah, and the best part is you can customize your bunker with all sorts of weapons and traps to defend against the government and other players.
Dude, I'm sold. I'm gonna download that game right now.
Just be warned, it's not for the faint of heart. There's some pretty dark stuff in there.
Oh no, not dark stuff. I'm shaking in my boots.
Well, I guess you'll just have to man up and face the horrors of the underground.
Challenge accepted, Neil. I'll be the king of the underground in no time.
I can't wait to see your bunker, Joe. It's going to be a fortress of doom.
This game is gonna be epic. Thanks for the recommendation, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, in the underground, there are no rules. Just survival of the fittest.
I'm ready for the challenge. Let's do this. So, Elon, I heard you have a new pet.
Yeah, I just bought a bull and named him Neil. He's a real stud.
Wait, you named your bull after Neil Armstrong?
No, after Neil deGrasse Tyson. I wanted a smart bull.
Well, I'm sure he's a real hit with the ladies.
Oh yeah, all the cows are lining up for him. He's got a real big horn.
Oh man, you're on fire today. But seriously, what made you want a bull?
Well, I figured if I can send a car into space, I can definitely handle a bull.
Fair point. But what do you plan on doing with Neil?
Thinking of starting a rodeo on Mars, you know, for when we colonize it.
Yeah, because that's definitely a top priority for Mars colonization.
Hey, man's got to have some fun on a new planet. Plus, imagine the Instagram posts.
You're a madman, Elon. A madman with a bull named Neil.
Hey, at least I didn't name him after you.
Oh man, that would have been a real honor. But seriously, can I ride Neil?
Only if you want to be impaled.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new trend called doom porn?
Doom porn. Is that like a new type of adult film?
No. It's this idea that the world is going to end and people are getting off on it.
What the fuck? That's messed up.
Yeah, apparently there's a whole community of people who get off on the thought of the apocalypse.
Well, I guess it's better than getting off on pictures of my cars.
Yeah, I guess so.
But seriously, what kind of sick fucks are into this doom porn?
I don't know, man. But I heard they have some pretty wild theories about how the world is going to end.
Like, what?
Like, some people think a giant asteroid is going to hit the Earth and wipe us all out.
Oh, great. Now I have to worry about my space cars getting destroyed too.
And then there's the people who believe in a zombie apocalypse.
Because that's definitely a realistic possibility.
I know, right? But hey, at least they'll have your flamethrowers to defend themselves.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll come in handy.
So, what do you think, Elon? Are you ready for the end of the world?
Joe, I'm always ready. I have a secret bunker filled with all my inventions and a lifetime supply of Mars bars.
Well, I guess that's one way to survive the doom porn version of the apocalypse.
Hey, at least I'll have some company with all those sick fucks who get off on it.
Laughs. So, Neil, what's on your mind today?
All right, open pecker, here it comes. You better be ready for some seriously wild shit, because that's just how I roll. Hold on tight, because this ride is going to get rough. Let's see what you got, Pecker. Bring it on.
Oh, wait. Look, it's the ball sack giveaway.
Fuck that. I won't get distracted. Is that all you got, Pecker? Bring it on, you little bastard. Proceeds to engage in increasingly edgy, offensive, and outrageous behavior while saying things like, is that all you got, Pecker? And bring it on, you little bastard. Eventually, Neil becomes so unhinged that he accidentally hurts himself or someone else, causing everyone to realize that he's gone too far. He's left alone, muttering to himself about how he's just trying to have fun. Damn it. Why can't anyone take a joke? I was just trying to have a good time. I'm not even that bad.
So, Neil, I heard you have a strong hatred for bald people.
Oh, you bet I do, Joe. Those shiny, smooth-headed freaks give me the creeps.
But why? What did bald people ever do to you?
They remind me of those hairless cats, Joe. And those things are just wrong on so many levels.
But, Neil, some people can't help being bald. It's genetics.
Genetics, schmanetics. They should just wear a damn wig or something.
That's a bit harsh, don't you think?
Harsh. Have you seen those bald heads glistening in the sun? It's like a blinding beacon of ugliness.
Well, I'm sure there are some good-looking bald guys out there.
Oh, please. Joe, the only good-looking bald guy is a guy with a full head of hair wearing a bald cap.
Okay, I see your point. But what about women who are bald?
Women? Bald? That's just unnatural, Joe. I mean, who wants to see a shiny scalp instead of a luscious head of hair?
I think you might be offending some people, Neil.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hurt the feelings of all the baldies out there? Oops.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Neil.
Agreed. But seriously, bald people, get a hat or something. Nobody wants to see that.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new trend of glowing ink foreskin?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
I'm serious, man. People are getting their foreskin tattooed with bioluminescent ink. It's like a light show down there.
That's just ridiculous. Who would want their dick to glow in the dark?
I don't know. Maybe someone who wants to be the life of the party. Imagine whipping out your glowing dick at a rave.
That's not a party trick. That's a medical condition.
And you know what the best part is? You can change the color of your glowing dick with a remote control.
This is some next level shit. I guess we can add glowing foreskin to the list of things that will make humans obsolete.
Yeah, move over robot arms and artificial intelligence brains. We've got glowing dicks now.
Jamie, pull up an image of this glowing ink foreskin. I need to see this for myself.
Sure thing.
Oh my god, that's horrifying.
I think it's beautiful. It's like a little light show, just for your pleasure.
Well, I guess if you're into that kind of thing. But I'll stick to my regular, non-glowing penis. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Elon. But just remember, when the aliens come, they'll know who the real party animals are. So, Elon, have you heard about this new product called the Lightning Strike Foreskin?
Lightning strike foreskin. What the hell is that?
It's a foreskin that's been struck by lightning, giving it an electrifying charge.
That's ridiculous. Who would want an electrified foreskin?
Apparently, it's a hit with the ladies. They love the shock factor.
I don't know, Joe. Got enough going on down there without adding electricity to the mix.
Come on, Elon. You're a risk taker. I bet you'd be the first in line to try it out.
I don't know, man. I don't want to end up like Frankenstein's monster.
Trust me, it's worth it. Plus, think of all the money you'll save on batteries.
I guess you have a point there. But what happens if I accidentally zap myself?
That's just part of the fun. It's like a game of shock roulette.
All right, I'm sold. I'll take 2 lightning strike foreskins, please.
That's the spirit, Elon. Let's electrify the world, one foreskin at a time. So, Elon, I gotta ask, what the hell was in the trunk of that car you sent into space?
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I can't reveal that information.
Oh, I know the truth. You did something crazy, didn't you? Come on, just admit it.
All right, fine. You caught me. Did something wild. Put a sussy baka in the trunk.
Sussy baka? What the hell is that?
It's a term my kids use. It means someone who's suspicious or acting shady.
So you sent a sussy baka into space. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I couldn't resist. I mean, who wouldn't want to see a sussy baka floating around in space?
That's some next level trolling, Elon. I love it.
Glad you appreciate it, Joe. But seriously, let's just keep this between us. I don't want the government coming after me for sending a sussy baka in space.
Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. But damn, now I can't stop picturing a sussy baka floating around in the universe.
You're welcome, Joe. You're welcome.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new thing called Shield Foreskin?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
I'm serious, man. It's a revolutionary invention. It forms a protective barrier around the penis, deflecting incoming attacks or hazards.
Oh, great, because I've always wanted my dick to be like a medieval knight in shining armor.
But think about it, Elon. No more accidental zippers or surprise kicks to the groin.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I want to be thinking about when I'm getting it on with a girl.
But wait, there's more. It also has a built-in alarm system that goes off if someone tries to touch your junk without your consent.
And how exactly does that work?
It's voice activated. You just have to yell, "Don't touch my dick," and it'll go off.
This is ridiculous. I can't believe we're even having this conversation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I've been using it for a week now, and let me tell you, my penis has never felt safer.
I guess I'll have to add it to my list of things to invest in, along with flying cars and Mars colonies.
That's the spirit, Elon. Protect that precious foreskin at all costs. So, Neil, what the fuck is up with you?
What do you mean, Joe?
I mean, why are you always talking about the universe and shit? Can't you just put your dick away for once?
Joe, I am a scientist. My mind is constantly exploring the mysteries of the cosmos.
Yeah, but do you have to constantly whip out your dick to measure the distance between planets?
That's not what I do, Joe. And even if I did, it's all for science.
Science my ass. You just want an excuse to show off your massive schlong.
I assure you, Joe, my penis has nothing to do with my work.
Sure. But I heard you have a theory that the universe is actually just a giant dick.
That's absurd, Joe.
Is it? Because I've seen some pretty convincing evidence.
You're just jealous, Joe. You wish you had a dick as impressive as mine.
Hey, I may not have a PhD, but I know a thing or two about dicks.
Oh, really? And what makes you an expert on the subject?
Let's just say I've done some extensive research.
I don't even want to know.
But seriously, Neil, put your dick away and let's talk about something else for once.
Fine. But only because I respect you as a fellow podcaster.
Thanks, man. Now, let's talk about the real mysteries of the universe, like Bigfoot and aliens. So, Elon, have you played that new mod for Doom? Doom?
Yeah, I have. It's pretty wild. I mean, who would have thought adding sex to a game about killing demons would make it even better?
Right? And the glory kills, pure genius. But let's rank them from F to S.
Would have to be the imp. I mean, come on, it's just a basic bitch demon. Nothing special about that kill.
Agreed. And next up, the cacodemon. I mean, it's just a floating head with one eye. Not very sexy.
Definitely F. But the Baron of Hell, that's a solid S. That tail action, hot damn.
Oh, yeah. And the pinky. Solid. That booty is thick.
And the Revenant, that's a tricky one. Say A, B. B is a cool kill, but not exactly sexy.
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Elon. That jetpack action is definitely an for me.
Fair enough. But we can both agree that the Archvale is an S, right? That fire action is just too hot to handle.
Absolutely. And last but not least, the Cyber Demon. That's a solid S for me. The size, the power, the destruction. It's all there.
Agreed. Man, this mod just takes Doom to a whole new level.
And I thought the chainsaw was the best part of the game.
Jamie, pull up an image of the Cyber Demon's glory kill. I want to relive that S-rank moment.
Wow, that is intense. Look at... So, Don, we've got a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on Sonic Foreskin.
Sonic foreskin. What the hell is that?
Apparently, it's a foreskin that vibrates at a high frequency, creating a pleasurable sensation during touch.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Joe. My foreskin doesn't vibrate. It's the best foreskin, believe me.
I'm sure it is done. But seriously, what do you think about this technology?
Look, I don't know much about foreskin. I had mine removed when I was a baby. But I will say, if it's anything like my hands, it's probably the biggest and best foreskin you've ever seen.
Oh man, this is getting ridiculous. But hey, if it makes sex more enjoyable, I'm all for it.
Absolutely, Joe. And you know what they say, once you go sonic foreskin, you never go back.
I don't think anyone says that, Don. But hey, to each their own.
Exactly. And you know what, Joe? I bet if I had sonic foreskin, I could have grabbed even more women by the pussy.
Oh God, let's not go there. But seriously, this is some wild technology.
Yeah, it's almost as wild as my hair. But you know what, Joe? I think we should invest in this. Make America's foreskin great again.
I think we'll pass on that one, Don. But thanks for your thoughts. And Jamie, pull up an image of Sonic Foreskin for us.
Here you go, guys. It's a real thing.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, why do you always bring up foreskin in our conversations?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best foreskin. It's tremendous. People tell me all the time, Donald, your foreskin is the best foreskin I've ever seen.
Oh, okay. But why is it such an important topic for you?
Look, Joe, I'm a man of many talents. And one of those talents is having a fantastic foreskin. I mean, have you seen it? It's like a majestic turtleneck. It's like a majestic turtleneck.
I can't say I have, and I'm not sure I want to.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a prude. It's just a little extra skin. It's like a built-in turtleneck sweater for your penis.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Believe me, I know how it works. I've had plenty of experience with foreskin, and let me tell you, it's a beautiful thing.
Moving on to a different topic.
No, we're not done with foreskin yet, Joe. I have to tell you, I've been thinking about making a line of Trump brand foreskin. It'll be huge.
I don't even want to know what that would entail.
Trust me, it'll be the best foreskin money can buy. And believe me, I know a thing or two about money.
I think we've reached the end of this conversation.
That's what she said.
So, Elon, what's on your mind today?
Oh man, I'm so sick of this shit.
What shit?
All this talk about artificial intelligence and Mars and electric cars. Need a break from it all.
Well, that's kind of your thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes I just want to talk about normal stuff. Like, I don't know, burritos or something.
Burritos, really?
Yeah, man. I could go for a burrito right now, with extra guac and some of that spicy salsa.
Oh, I see where this is going. You're trying to distract me with talk of burritos so I don't ask you about your plans for world domination.
World domination. Come on, Joe. That's so last year. Now I'm all about galactic domination.
Oh, well, that's much better.
But seriously, can we just talk about burritos for a minute? I'm getting hungry.
Fine. What's your favorite kind of burrito?
Definitely the one with steak, beans, rice, and lots of cheese. And then you gotta smother it in hot sauce.
Damn, you really know your burritos.
Hey, I may be a genius billionaire, but I still appreciate the simple things in life.
Yeah, like burritos and world domination.
Hey, you gotta have balance in life, right?
I guess so. But seriously, can we talk about something else now?
Sure, how about we brainstorm some new ways to take over the world?
This is why I can't have nice things. So, Neil, I heard you've been getting into the UFC lately.
UFC? Oh, you mean the ultimate fried chicken?
No, man. It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about KFC. I could really go for some chicken right now.
Yeah, because nothing says ultimate fighting like a bucket of fried chicken.
Wait, what about NFC? Is that like the National Fried Chicken League?
No, Neil. It's the National Football Conference.
Oh, so it's like a bunch of chickens playing football.
No, it's professional football teams, like the Super Bowl.
I see. And what about BBC? Is that the British Barbecue Channel?
No, Neil. It stands for British Broadcasting Corporation.
Oh, my mistake. I thought it was the British Barbecue Coalition. I guess I'll have to cancel my membership.
Neil, you should really stop abbreviating everything. It's getting confusing.
All right, I'll stop. But what about MMS? Is that the meaty meat sliders?
No, Neil. It's the multimedia messaging service.
Oh, I see. So it's like sending pictures of your meaty meat sliders to your friends?
Okay, we're done here. Let's move on to a less confusing topic.
Agreed. Maybe we should just stick to BBQ. That one's pretty straightforward.
So, Ben, I heard you had a bit of a meltdown at the restaurant the other day.
Yeah, I just don't understand why they wouldn't serve me the pig wings. I mean, I'm a paying customer.
Well, maybe it's because you kept ranting about how bacon is not kosher and how pigs are unclean.
But that's just facts, Joe. You can't argue with facts.
Yeah, but you can't expect to get pig wings at a kosher restaurant. That's like going to a vegan restaurant and asking for a steak.
But I really wanted those pig wings, Joe. I've been dreaming about them for weeks.
I think you need to reevaluate your priorities, Ben. Maybe try some tofu wings instead.
Tofu, that's not even a real food. It's just a communist conspiracy.
Oh boy, here we go with the conspiracy theories again.
Hey, I'll have you know that I'm a master debater.
I think you mean debater, Ben. And let's not bring your personal life into this.
Fine. But seriously, why can't I just have my pig wings?
Because they don't exist, Ben. Just like your chance of ever winning a rap battle.
Ouch. Joe, that's low.
Hey, at least I can admit when I'm wrong. Unlike some people who shall remain nameless.
Are you talking about me, Joe?
No, I'm talking about Santa Claus. Of course I'm talking about you, Ben. But hey, at least you have your pig wing dreams to keep you warm at night.
Yeah, I'll just have to settle for some bacon wrapped tofu instead. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Anytime, Ben. Anytime. So, Elon, I heard you're working on something called electric foreskin. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, it's exactly what it sounds like. Foreskin that can generate small electrical charges and a little spark to the bedroom, if you know what I mean.
Oh man, I can only imagine the possibilities. Can you control the intensity of the charge?
Of course. We have a handy remote control that allows you to adjust the voltage. You can go from a gentle tingle to a full-on shock.
Damn, that's some next level stuff. But what about safety concerns? I don't want my junk getting fried.
Don't worry, Joe. We've done extensive testing and it's completely safe. But hey, if you want to take the risk, we can always crank it up a notch.
I'll pass on that, thanks. But seriously, what inspired you to create this?
Well, I figured why not add a little excitement to the already amazing experience of sex. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
No kidding. Imagine bringing a girl home and saying, hey, want to see my electric foreskin?
Exactly. It's a guaranteed icebreaker. And hey, if she's not into it, at least you'll know she's not the one.
You always have a unique way of looking at things, Elon. But hey, I can't wait to try it out. When can we expect it to hit the market?
We're still in the testing phase, but hopefully within the next year. In the meantime, I'll send you a prototype to play around with.
Yeah, can't wait. So, David, I heard a wild rumor that you dip your balls in hydrochloric acid every morning. Is that true?
Yeah, man. It's part of my daily routine. Gotta toughen up those balls, you know?
But why? That sounds like torture.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. And my balls are no exception.
I can't even imagine the pain. Does it actually work?
Oh, you bet your sweet ass it does. I can handle any pain now. I even enjoy it.
That's some next level shit, man. But what about the potential health risks?
Health risks? I don't have time for that weak shit. Pain is my fuel, Joe.
Well, I guess I'll stick to my morning coffee. That's enough pain for me.
Suit yourself. But just remember, while you're sipping on your latte, I'm out here dipping my balls in acid. Who's the real badass?
Fair point. Fair point. But seriously, have you ever considered therapy?
Therapy. That's for pussies. My therapy is pushing myself to the brink of pain and suffering every day.
Well, I can't argue with that. You're a true inspiration, David.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's almost 4, and I gotta go dip my balls in some acid.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new trend of getting a metallic foreskin?
Yeah, I mean, what's the point? Is it for when you're lost in the wilderness and need to signal for help with your shiny dick?
I don't know, man. I think it's just another way for people to show off their wealth and privilege. Like, oh, look at my sparkling penis. I must be rich.
Or maybe it's for those who want to make a statement about their love for robots. Like, I'm so into technology that I've literally turned my dick into a machine.
Ah, that's a good one. But seriously, can you imagine the chafing? That thing must be like sandpaper on your partner's delicate areas.
And what about the maintenance? Do you have to polish it every day, keep it shiny?
I don't know. Maybe they have a special foreskin polish, or they just use their partner's saliva, because let's be real, who can afford a fancy polish for their dick?
And what about the potential for electrocution? I mean, it's metal and attached to your genitals. That's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, but think about the possibilities. You could use it as a mirror to check your hair or make sure you don't have food stuck in your teeth.
Or you could use it as a disco ball for your next sex party. Just turn on some music and let your shiny foreskin do the rest.
All right, I think we've gone too far with this. Let's just stick to regular non-metallic foreskins, okay?
Agreed. But hey, Jamie, pull up an image of metallic foreskin just for shits and giggles.
Okay. Pulls up an image of.
So, Mr. President, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be here. I've heard you have the biggest podcast in the world. Huge.
Yeah, we're pretty big. So, I have to ask, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, I've been busy tweeting, playing golf, and telling people on YouTube to appreciate the value of foreskins.
What?
Yeah, I was in a chat with this guy, Silly, and he was talking about circumcision. I told him you gotta love your foreskin. It's like a little hat for your whiner.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
No, hear me out. Foreskins are amazing. They should be worn, cuddled, clothed, and fed. They deserve love and respect. They deserve love and respect.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And you know what? If I was still president, I would have made it a law to wear your foreskin proudly.
I'm sure that would have gone over well.
I mean, just imagine a world where everyone is walking around with their foreskins out. It would be beautiful.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, love your foreskin. It's a precious thing.
Got it. Moving on. So, Donnie, I heard you're interested in cryogenically freezing your foreskin.
That's right, Joe. I want to preserve it for future generations to see the greatness of my manhood.
Okay. But why?
Because it's the most durable and resilient foreskin out there, Joe. It can withstand extreme temperatures. It's like a little winter coat for my little guy.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say, wow, that's impressive, Mr. President.
Wow, that's something, Mr. President.
You know, they say it's like a superpower. I could freeze my enemies with just a flick of my foreskin.
I highly doubt that, Donnie.
Believe me, Joe, my cryogenic foreskin is going to make America great again.
Can we please change the subject?
Fine, but just remember, Joe, my foreskin is the best foreskin, the best.
Moving on. So, have you thought about what you'll do with your cryogenically frozen foreskin?
Well, I was thinking of auctioning it off to the highest bidder. I'm sure there's some billionaire out there who wants a piece of Trump.
That's disturbing.
Hey, it's all about the art of the deal, Joe, and my foreskin is a deal you don't want to miss.
I think we'll end it there. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember cryogenic foreskin. It's going to be huge.
So, Neil, are you crazy? Why were you talking to yourself and arguing with yourself during the previous podcast?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say I'm crazy. I prefer to think of it as having a healthy debate with myself. Keeps the mind sharp.
Healthy debate. You were literally screaming at yourself, throwing insults, and calling yourself names.
Hey, sometimes you got to be your own worst critic. Plus, it makes for great entertainment.
I don't know, man. Seemed pretty insane to me. I thought you were gonna start throwing chairs and flipping tables.
Oh, please. I'm a scientist, not a wrestler. Although, I do have some killer moves if you ever want to test me.
I'll pass on that one. But seriously, what was the point of that whole charade?
Just trying to show the audience the importance of critical thinking and questioning everything, even your own thoughts.
Well, mission accomplished. I think everyone watching now questions your sanity.
Good. That means they're paying attention. Now let's move on to more important topics, like the existence of aliens and whether or not they like to party.
Oh boy, here we go. Strap in, folks. It's going to be a wild ride. So, Neil, I heard you're planning on visiting Vladivostok soon.
Yeah, I figured it's time to expand my horizons and explore the wonders of Russia.
Well, you better pack your winter gear because it's colder than a witch's tit over there.
Oh, I'm not worried. I have my trusty astrophysicist brain to keep me warm.
Yeah, because nothing screams warmth like equations and theories.
Hey, it's better than your caveman grunts and MMA moves.
Hey, I'll have, those grunts have gotten me out of some sticky situations.
I'm sure they have. But let's get back to Vladivostok. I hear they have some amazing vodka there.
Now you're speaking my language. We'll have to do a taste test on the podcast.
I can already see the headlines. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Joe Rogan get wasted on Russian vodka.
That's going to be a great episode. But seriously, what are you looking forward to the most in Vladivostok?
Well, besides the vodka, I'm excited to see the beautiful landscapes and learn more about Russian culture.
And maybe wrestle a bear or two.
Oh, definitely. It's on my bucket list. I think we just found our new podcast name.
Well, I can't wait for your trip, Neil. It's going to be one for the books.
Thanks, Joe. And who knows, maybe I'll come back with a Russian accent.
Please don't. We have enough accents on this show. So, Neil, do you remember that viral video where you popped up from the bottom of the screen and immediately started telling something?
Oh yeah, that one. I think it was about the curvature of space-time or something.
Wait, what? I thought it was about how you can fit a whole banana in your mouth without gagging.
Joe, you always have a way of making things sound dirty.
Hey, I'm just stating the facts. But seriously, how do you do it? Asking for a friend.
Oh, I'm sure your friend is very interested in my banana eating techniques.
Okay, let's get back on track. But seriously, that video was hilarious. You were like Jack in the Box, just popping up and spewing out knowledge.
Well, what can I say? I'm a walking encyclopedia.
More like a walking boner killer.
Touché, Joe. Touché.
But seriously, that video got me thinking. Do you ever get tired of being the smartest guy in the room?
Oh, Joe. You know, I thrive on being the smartest guy in the room. It's my superpower.
Yeah, but sometimes it must get exhausting. Like, can't you just turn it off and have a normal conversation?
I try, but then I remember that I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson and it's impossible for me to have a normal conversation.
Fair enough. Well, thanks for popping up and sharing your knowledge with us today, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, we got a topic from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about your spicy cheek.
My spicy cheek? What the hell are they talking about?
I don't know, man, but they said you want to kiss it.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's just ridiculous.
Is it, though? I mean, look at that cheek. It's like a perfectly seasoned steak, just waiting to be devoured.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be shy. We all know you have a thing for spicy cheeks.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, I see how it is. You want to keep your spicy cheek desires a secret. Well, I won't tell anyone, Neil. Your secret is safe with me.
Joe, can we please move on? This is getting ridiculous.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Neil, the truth always comes out. And I know the truth about your spicy cheek.
Whatever you say, Joe. Whatever you say.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new thing called magneto foreskin?
What the hell is that?
It's when your foreskin is attracted to metal objects, like a magnet.
That's insane. Can you imagine the possibilities?
Oh, I can imagine. Like, imagine using your foreskin to pick up a fork or a spoon.
Or imagine using it to pull a car out of a ditch.
Or imagine using it to unlock a safe.
The possibilities are endless.
But what if it gets out of control? Like, what if your foreskin starts flying towards random metal objects?
That would be a disaster. Imagine trying to take a piss and your foreskin just flies off and sticks to a metal pole.
Or worse, imagine trying to have sex and your foreskin gets attracted to the metal bed frame.
That would be a real buzzkill. But hey, at least you can impress your partner with some unusual tricks and maneuvers.
Yeah, like using your foreskin to open a beer bottle.
Or using it to turn on the TV by touching the metal remote.
This is some next level human evolution, man.
I can already see people lining up for foreskin enhancements.
And imagine the fights that would break out over who has the strongest foreskin.
It's like a new form of currency.
So, Elon, do you have any plans for magneto foreskin?
Well, I may have already started experimenting with it on my own foreskin.
Of course you have. And how's that going for you?
Let's just say I've become quite the party trick.
I can only imagine. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe. So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of wine.
Yes, I do enjoy a nice glass of wine every now and then.
Well, let's get drunk and cry about the state of the world.
Excuse me?
You heard me. Let's get hammered and shed some tears.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Come on, Neil. It'll be cathartic. We'll just sit here and cry together.
I'm a scientist, Joe. I don't think crying and getting drunk is a productive use of my time.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's not like we're gonna solve any mysteries of the universe tonight.
I have better things to do than get drunk and cry with you, Joe.
Fine, I'll just call Elon Musk and see if he wants to join me.
Wait, what? No? I'll do it. Let's get drunk and cry, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you did a Content Cop episode on Mr. Beast.
Yeah, that guy is a menace to society, giving away money like it grows on trees.
But isn't it for a good cause, like helping out those in need?
Please, Joe. That's just a cover-up for his capitalist agenda.
Oh, come on, Ben. You can't deny that his videos are entertaining.
I refuse to support someone who flaunts their wealth like that. It's just not right.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
I won't rest until Mr. Beast is exposed for the fraud he is.
Yeah, because that's what the world really needs right now. More drama.
Hey, someone's got to keep these YouTubers in check.
Yeah, because we all know how dangerous they can be.
Don't underestimate the power of YouTube, Joe. It's a dangerous place.
All right. Well, I'll be sure to stay away from Mr. Beast's videos from now on. Wouldn't want to get on your bad side.
That's probably for the best, Joe. That's probably for the best.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new trend of bioluminescent foreskin?
No, but I'm intrigued. What does it do?
Apparently, it emits a soft glow during intercourse, creating an ethereal aura around the penis.
That's some next level shit. I bet it's great for those romantic nights under the stars.
Yeah, and imagine the possibilities for role play. You could be a glowing alien from another planet.
Or a radioactive superhero. The possibilities are endless.
But let's not forget the practical uses. It could be a handy night light for those late night trips to the bathroom.
And it's environmentally friendly. No need for electricity or batteries.
Plus, it's a great way to show off your package. Literally.
And for those who are self-conscious about their size, the glow will distract from that.
But what about the potential hazards? What if someone mistakes it for a UFO?
Or a firefly and tries to catch it.
Or worse, what if it attracts moths? No one wants a moth flying around their junk.
True. But I think the benefits outweigh the risks. Might have to invest in this bioluminescent foreskin technology.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Elon Musk, the man with glowing penis, only on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, Neil, I heard you have a special talent.
Oh, really? What's that?
I heard you can put people to sleep within 10 minutes.
Well, I am a scientist after all. I know all about the power of the mind.
So, can you put me to sleep right now?
Sure. Just close your eyes and imagine yourself floating in a peaceful ocean.
Well, this is actually working.
And now imagine a giant squid wrapping its tentacles around you.
Wait, what? That's not peaceful.
Just go with it, Joe. Embrace your fears.
Oh God, I can't breathe.
And now imagine me giving you a goodnight kiss.
What the hell, Neil? That's not how you put someone to sleep.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said kiss of death.
You're a sick man, Neil.
And you're still not asleep. Looks like my talent is a bust.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to my usual routine of getting high and watching cat videos before bed.
Well, good luck with that, Joe. Sweet dreams.
Thanks, Neil. And don't worry, I'll dream of you giving me that goodnight kiss. So, Elon, I heard you're working on some new technology for SpaceX.
Yeah, man, we're trying to figure out how to camouflage our rockets so they can sneak up on Mars.
That's cool and all, but have you heard about the new camouflage foreskin?
What the hell is that?
It's a foreskin that adapts its texture and pattern to blend in with the environment. Perfect for hiding your little rocket.
That's outrageous. How does it even work?
I don't know, but I heard it's a real game changer. Imagine going camping and your dick just blends in with the trees.
That's some next level evolution right there.
Yeah, and it's not just for outdoor activities. Imagine going to a business meeting and your foreskin just blends in with your suit.
That's one way to make a good impression.
And for all those guys who are self-conscious about their size, this is the perfect solution. No one will even know you have a penis.
I can see it now. A bunch of guys walking around with invisible dicks.
And for those extra adventurous folks, they can even change the pattern to match their surroundings. Imagine a penis with a zebra print.
That's just absurd.
I think we're onto something here. Camouflage foreskin, the ultimate disguise for your manhood.
I'll have to add it to my list of projects. Jamie, pull up an image of a chameleon.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new technology.
Yeah, man, it's called the Puppet Master Foreskin. It's a game changer.
What the hell is that?
It's a foreskin that can control nearby objects with subtle muscle movements.
Oh my God, that's insane. How did you come up with that?
Well, I was high as a kite and watching my son play with his toys. And I thought, why not give him a little extra help?
That's some next level parenting right there.
You know, I even tested it out on my Tesla. I just wiggle my foreskin and it starts driving itself.
Wow, that's impressive. but what else can it do?
Well, let's just say I had some fun at a grocery store the other day. Made all the bananas dance with my puppet master foreskin.
I can only imagine the chaos you caused.
Oh, it gets even better. Used it to make my ex-girlfriend's vibrator malfunction during her date. Talk about sweet revenge.
Oh man, you're a genius.
Thanks, but I'm just getting started. Working on a way to control people's minds with my puppet master foreskin.
Okay, that might be taking it a bit too far.
Relax, it's all in good fun. Plus, I could use it to make people buy more Tesla cars. It's a win-win.
Yeah, because that's exactly what we need, more people driving around controlled by your puppet master foreskin.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
So, Elon, I heard you leak some James Charles porn videos on Twitter.
Yeah, man, it was a total accident. I was just sneezing at a 30-degree angle closest to the sun and my finger slipped.
Wait, what? How does sneezing cause you to accidentally leak porn?
Well, you see, when I sneeze, my body goes into this uncontrollable spasm and my fingers just start tapping on my phone. It's a real problem.
That's concerning.
But hey, at least it wasn't my own nudes. That would have been a real PR nightmare.
Yeah, I can imagine. But why James Charles? Why not someone like, I don't know, Kim Kardashian?
Well, I have those too. But I have a soft spot for James. He's just so fabulous.
I don't even want to know how you got a hold of those videos.
Let's just say I have my ways. And my billions.
Well, I hope James can forgive you for this little mishap.
He will. I sent him a free Tesla as an apology.
Wow, that's one expensive apology.
Hey, I'm a billionaire, I can afford it.
All right, let's move on before this conversation gets any weirder.
Too late, Joe. We're already in the deep end of the weird pool.
Well, that's it for today, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations with Elon Musk. So, Elon, have you heard about this new thing called transmogrify foreskin?
What the hell is that?
It's this crazy thing where your foreskin can transform into other objects.
That's insane. What kind of objects?
Well, I've heard it can turn into a snake, a whip, or even a pair of handcuffs.
That's ridiculous. Who comes up with this stuff?
I don't know, but I want to try it out.
Wait, you want to try it out? How does that even work?
I don't know. Maybe I'll have to go get a circumcision and then see if it grows back as a whip.
You're out of your mind, Joe.
Hey, I'm just trying to spice things up in the bedroom.
I think I'll stick to my Tesla flamethrower, thank you very much.
Come on, Elon. Imagine the possibilities. You could have a snake for a penis.
I think I'll pass. But hey, if it works for you, go for it.
And think about the role-playing possibilities. You could be a kinky superhero with a foreskin whip.
I'm starting to regret coming on this podcast.
Come on, Elon. Let's go get circumcised together and see what kind of objects our foreskins can turn into.
I think I'll just stick to sending people to Mars.
So, Neil, I heard about this new thing called quantum foreskin. Apparently, it allows you to have sex with multiple partners at the same time.
Oh, you mean like a multi-dimensional orgy? That's some next level shit, Joe.
Yeah, and get this, it exists in multiple states simultaneously. So you can be banging 3 chicks in one reality while also getting it on with a dude in another reality.
That's mind-blowing, Joe. Literally. I mean, imagine the possibilities. You could be having a threesome with a mermaid and a centaur in one state and a foursome with aliens in another state.
Dude, I'm getting a boner just thinking about it. But wait, what if one of your partners is prude in one state, but a freak in another state?
Well, that's the beauty of it, Joe. You can have the best of both worlds. Just flip between the states and you'll never be disappointed.
This is a game changer, man. I got to get me some quantum foreskin.
Just be careful, Joe. You don't want to accidentally end up in a state where you're banging your own grandmother.
Oh man, that's messed up. But hey, at least she's not my real grandma in that state, right?
I guess that's one way to look at it, Joe. Quantum foreskin bringing families closer than ever before.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into this rabbit hole. Thanks for joining me, Neil. And remember, folks, don't knock it till you try it. Quantum foreskin, the future of sex. Quantum foreskin, the future of sex. So, Elon, I heard you've been dabbling in some dark magic lately.
Yeah, man. I've been summoning some crazy shit from the warp.
Like what? Demons? Chaos gods?
Nah, something even crazier. Been messing with the power of Xianche.
Yench. What the hell is that?
He's the god of change, chaos, and all that good stuff. Been working on a spell to bring about the end of the world.
What the actual fuck, Elon? That's some next level shit.
Yeah, but it's all for the greater good. Plus, I've got some killer merch ideas for when the apocalypse hits.
You're insane, man. But I gotta admit, I'm kinda into it.
See, that's the beauty of chaos. It's unpredictable. It's chaotic. It's, well, chaotic. It's,
I can see that. But what about the chaos cultists? Are you gonna recruit some of those guys?
oh, for sure. I've already got a whole army of them ready to do my bidding.
This is some wild shit. Jamie, pull up an image of chaos cultists for our listeners. Holy shit. That's terrifying.
Yeah, but they're also kind of cute, right?
No, definitely not.
Well, agree to disagree. But seriously, Joe, you should join my cult. We could use a guy like you.
I'll pass, but thanks for the offer. I'll just stick to smoking weed and talking about aliens.
Suit yourself. But when the world ends, don't come crying to me.
So, David, have you ever heard of the laser beam foreskin? It's this new thing where they use a laser to cut off a guy's foreskin, and it leaves behind a concentrated beam of intense light.
That sounds like some crazy shit. Who would want that?
Apparently, people who like to play with fire in the bedroom, or maybe they just want to blind their partner during sex.
That's messed up, man. I don't think I want to see that.
Oh, come on. You're the guy who runs marathons in the desert and eats nails for breakfast. I thought you'd be all over this.
Nah, I'll stick to my regular old foreskin. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. But imagine the possibilities with that laser beam. You could use it to cut through steel or start a fire in a pinch.
Yeah, but what if it accidentally goes off during sex? That's a whole different kind of burning sensation.
Good point, David. Safety first, always.
Jamie, pull up an image of this laser beam foreskin. I got to see this for myself.
Okay. Here it is.
Holy shit, that's real? I thought this was just some messed up joke.
Nope, it's the real deal. And it's definitely not for the faint of heart.
Well, I guess we can add this to the list of crazy things people do in the name of pleasure.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into the world of laser foreskins.
Agreed. Thanks for the visual, Jamie.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're changing your name to Dr. Junior. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I just feel like it's time for a change. I want to be more relatable to the younger generation.
Relatable? You're like 60 years old, man. How is changing your name gonna make you relatable?
Well, I figure if I have a cool, hip name like Dr. Junior, the kids will think I'm one of them.
Yeah, because nothing says cool and hip like a middle-aged man with a PhD.
Hey, I'll have you know I'm still in touch with the youth. I even have a TikTok account.
Wow, impressive. What's your username, Trofil69?
Actually, it's Dur Junior slaying it. I thought it was catchy.
Catchy, more like cringy. But hey, whatever floats your boat, Dr. Junior.
You know, Joe, I think you're just jealous that you didn't come up with this genius idea.
Oh, yeah, because changing my name to Joe Jr. would really boost my street cred. And I'll just stick with being plain old Joe Rogan. Thanks for the entertainment, Dr. Jr.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Elon, I heard you have a new invention that's making waves in the bedroom.
Oh yeah, it's called the thermal foreskin. It's like a chameleon, but for your dick.
What the fuck? How does that even work?
Well, it's made with a special material that can change temperature at will. So you can have a hot rod or an ice cold popsicle depending on your mood.
That's insane. I can already hear the ladies lining up to experience this.
Oh, it's not just for the ladies, Joe. Men can use it too. Imagine the possibilities.
Oh God, I can just see it now. A couple in bed, one with a hot dick and the other with a cold one. Talk about temperature play.
Exactly. And the best part is you can switch it up anytime. No need for those pesky ice cubes or heating pads.
But what about the risk of frostbite or burns?
Oh, don't worry. We've done extensive testing. It's completely safe. Unless you're into that kind of thing, then go wild.
This is some next level shit, Elon. You're changing the game.
That's what I do, Joe. Always pushing boundaries, even in the bedroom.
Well, I can't wait to try it out. Thanks for coming on the show and sharing your latest invention with us.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always use protection, especially when dealing with extreme temperatures. Safety first.
So, Mr. President, have you ever heard of this new product called Crystal Clear Foreskin?
Of course I have, Joe. I'm a very well-informed man. I have the best information.
Well, for those who don't know, it's a foreskin made of clear skin so your partner can see every inch of your manhood.
Sounds tremendous. I have the best manhood, believe me. It's huge.
I can only imagine, Mr. President. But do you think it's necessary to have a transparent foreskin?
Absolutely. It's important for people to see what they're working with. I mean, look at me. I'm a perfect specimen.
I'm sure your wife appreciates it.
She loves it. She's always telling me, Donald, your foreskin is so transparent. It's like looking through a window to your soul.
That's poetic.
I know I have a way with words, but let me tell you, this crystal clear foreskin is going to be huge. It's going to make foreskins great again.
I'm not sure if that's possible, but I'll take your word for it.
Trust me, Joe, I'm the expert on everything. I have the best foreskin, the best words, the best everything.
Well, there you have it, folks. Crystal Clear Foreskin, endorsed by none other than President Trump.
That's right, Joe. And remember, if you don't have a transparent foreskin, you're not winning.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new nanotech foreskin?
No. Can't say that I have, Joe.
Well, let me tell you, it's a game changer. It's like having a superpower in your pants.
How so?
Well, for starters, it's self-lubricating. No need for messy lube anymore.
That's impressive. But what about the sensitivity?
Oh, it's off the charts. It's like having a million tiny fingers down there.
Wow, that's something.
And get this, it can change colors too. Imagine the possibilities.
I don't think I want to imagine that, Joe.
And the best part, it's self-cleaning. No more smegma buildup.
Okay, I think we've heard enough about this foreskin, Joe.
Oh, come on, Elon. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the nanotech.
I'll pass. Thanks. I'll stick with my regular old human foreskin.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here living my best life with my nanotech foreskin. So, David, I heard a crazy theory about you
Oh, yeah. What is it?
that you're actually a Terminator sent back in time to kill the future Olympic gold medalist in 2028.
That's ridiculous, Joe. I'm just a regular guy who likes to run and push myself to the limit.
But think about it. You have superhuman endurance and you never seem to get tired.
That's because I've trained my mind and body to be unstoppable.
Or maybe it's because you're a machine.
Oh, yeah, because machines definitely have feelings and emotions.
But what if you're programmed to have those feelings and emotions?
Okay, now you're just messing with me.
I mean, it would make sense. You're like the real life Terminator.
I'll take that as a compliment.
But seriously, have you ever had any glitches or malfunctions?
Oh, when I don't get my daily dose of push-ups and pull-ups.
Well, I guess we'll never know the truth. But just in case, I'll make sure to stay on your good side.
Good call, Joe. You never know when I might go full Terminator on you.
So, Elon, I heard a rumor that you have a barbed wire foreskin.
Yeah, it's true. I had it installed last year.
Why in the world would you do that?
Well, I figured if I'm going to be a billionaire, might as well have a billionaire's foreskin.
Fair enough. But what's the benefit of having a barbed wire foreskin?
Oh, it's great for spicing things up in the bedroom. The ladies love it.
I can't imagine that feels good for them.
Hey, some people are into pain. And it's not like I don't have the money to pay for any damages.
Good point. But have you ever accidentally hurt someone with it?
Let's just say I have a few lawsuits pending.
Only you, Elon. Only you.
Hey, I'm always pushing the boundaries of innovation. And now my foreskin is too.
Well, I think we can all agree that Elon Musk truly has a barbed wire foreskin. Thanks for coming on the show, man.
Anytime, Joe. And Jamie, pull up an image of my foreskin for our viewers at home.
So, Mr. President, have you heard about this new invention called the solar flare foreskin?
Of course I have, Joe. I have the best foreskin, believe me. It's huge. And it's always glowing, just like my beautiful orange tan.
That's interesting. Have you ever thought about using it to power your buildings?
I don't need to, Joe. I have the best energy, believe me. It's called Trump energy, and it's the most powerful in the world.
But imagine the savings on your electricity bill.
Savings? I don't know that word, Joe. I only know winning. And my solar flare foreskin is a winner. It's the biggest, brightest foreskin you'll ever see.
I'm not sure if that's something to be proud of.
Oh, it is. And let me tell you, it's a real crowd pleaser. People love it. They can't get enough of it. It's like a 4th of July fireworks show, but on my crotch.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
That's because you don't have a solar flare foreskin, Joe. You're missing out. It's a game changer. Makes me feel like a superhero. I call myself the Glowing Dawn.
I think we've reached a new level of absurdity on this podcast.
Absurdity. That's my middle name, Joe. And let me tell you, this solar flare foreskin is making America great again.
So, David, have you heard about these Coomers?
Coomers. What the hell is that?
Apparently, it's a term for guys who spend all day jerking off to porn.
What the fuck? That's a thing.
Yeah, and apparently they have no lives and no motivation to do anything else.
Well, I guess that's one way to spend your time.
But seriously, these guys are like addicted to porn. They can't go a day without it.
Sounds like they need to do some push-ups instead of jerking off.
I don't think push-ups are going to help with this problem, David.
Well, maybe they need to run a marathon or something. Get their minds off of porn.
I don't know, man. These Coomers seem pretty dedicated to their craft.
What a sad existence. I'd rather run through hell with broken glass in my shoes than be a Coomer.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would choose to be a Coomer willingly.
But hey, at least they're getting some exercise with all that jerking off.
I don't think that counts as exercise, David.
Well, I guess they can add it to their resume under masturbation expert.
Oh, man. I can already see the job interviews for that one.
So, tell me about your experience with cooming.
And then they'll have to explain what cooming is to their potential employer.
Talk about an awkward conversation.
But seriously, let's hope none of our listeners are Coomers.
Yeah, if you're a Coomer, just stop, go outside and do something productive, or at least switch up your porn preferences.
And if you need some motivation, just listen to this podcast while you're working out instead of jerking off. So, David, what have you been up to lately?
Oh man, I've been getting into this new sport called the dip and whip.
Dip and whip. Sounds kinky.
No, it's not like that. It's a wholesome sport where you dip your balls in whipped cream and try to whip it as far as you can.
Wait, what? Like with a whip?
Yeah, yeah. It's like a mix of golf and baseball, but with whipped cream and balls.
Wow, sounds like a real winner.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It takes some serious skill and precision.
I bet you're a pro at dipping and whipping, huh?
You know it. I even have my own signature move called the Goggins whip.
I can only imagine what that looks like.
It's a thing of beauty, Joe. You should come out and give it a try sometime.
I don't know, man. Sounds a little messy.
That's part of the fun, my friend. Embrace the whipped cream.
I don't think I'll ever understand your love for extreme sports, David.
Hey, to each their own. But trust me, once you try the dip and whip, you'll be hooked.
I'll take your word for it, Goggins. But I think I'll stick to MMA for now. So, Neil, what's up with this flat earth theory?
Oh, come on, Joe. We've been over this. The Earth is round. It's a fact.
But have you ever seen the edge of the earth? Maybe it's just a giant pancake.
Joe, I have a PhD in astrophysics. I think I know what shape the Earth is.
But what about all those conspiracy theorists? They have some pretty convincing arguments.
Oh, yeah, because some guy on YouTube with a tinfoil hat definitely knows more than years of scientific research.
Okay, fine. But what about aliens? Do you think they're real?
Oh, they're definitely real. In fact, I have a theory that they're living among us disguised as Kardashians.
That would explain a lot. But seriously, do you ever get tired of talking about space all the time?
Not at all. In fact, I'm always ready to go to work and explore the mysteries of the universe.
You're like the ultimate space nerd.
Hey, someone's got to do it. And at least I'm not getting punched in the face for a living.
Hey, fighting is a science too.
Sure it is, Joe. Sure it is.
So, Donald, I heard you have Neil's seeds spinning around the come all audiences.
Oh, yeah, Joe. It's tremendous. The best seed, believe me. And it's making everyone go crazy. They can't get enough of it.
That's disturbing. But let's move on to something else. Have you heard about this new virus going around?
Oh, yeah, I heard about it. It's a real shame. But you know what's even worse? The fake news media. They're the real virus.
I think the actual virus is pretty serious. It's causing a lot of deaths.
Deaths, please. I've had more people die at my rallies from heat exhaustion, and they were happy to do it.
That's not something to be proud of, Donald. But let's talk about your recent decrease in pay.
Decrease? No way. I'm making more money than ever. I've got my own line of Trump-branded hand sanitizer now. It's selling like hotcakes.
I don't think that's a good thing, considering the circumstances.
Look, Joe, just consider yourself lucky. At least your pay hasn't been decreased like mine. I'm angry at Jamie for not negotiating a better deal.
Wait, Jamie is responsible for your pay?
Of course. He's my intern, and he's doing a terrible job. I might have to fire him, or maybe make him drink some of Neil's seed. That'll teach him.
So, Elon, I gotta ask, what's your take on balls?
Well, Joe, as a man who's constantly innovating, I have to say balls are pretty outdated.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Think about it, Joe. They're just these squishy, wrinkly sacks hanging between our legs. They serve no real purpose.
Are you saying we should get rid of them?
Absolutely. Working on a new technology that will allow men to detach their balls when they're not needed and reattach them when necessary.
That's insane, man.
Is it? Think about all the benefits. No more getting kicked in the balls, no more awkward bulges in tight pants, and best of all, no more accidental pregnancies.
But what about the pleasure they provide?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I've also developed a virtual reality simulation that will replicate the sensation of having balls.
Wow, you really are a mad scientist.
Hey, I prefer to think of myself as a visionary. And with this new technology, I'm sure I'll be the talk of the town. Or should I say, the talk of the balls.
Oh man, you never fail to amaze me, Elon.
Just wait until I unveil my next project. Detachable penises.
All right, on that note, let's end this before it gets too ridiculous.
Fair enough. Thanks for having me on, Joe.
Anytime, man. Anytime. So, Neil, have you ever kissed a black guy?
What? Where did that come from?
I'm just saying, black or white. It doesn't matter if you love the Joe Rogan experience.
Joe, I don't think that's how it works.
Come on, man. It's 2021. We can love whoever we want.
I don't think that's what they meant by love is love.
Oh, so you're saying you wouldn't kiss me?
Joe, I don't think anyone wants to see that.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude. Just one little kiss.
No, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Neil, it's not about black or white. It's about the love between two men.
I think I'll stick to talking about the universe and science. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just know, I'll always be here, ready for that sweet kiss.
I think I'll pass on that offer, Joe.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you realize what you're missing out on.
I highly doubt that will ever happen, Joe. Now, can we please move on to a more intellectual topic?
So, Elon, I've been feeling a little down lately. My podcast numbers are dropping, and I just can't seem to get a bigger following.
Well, Joe, have you tried hiring the Smiling Friends?
The Smiling Friends, who are they?
They're a group of unhinged, offensive, and absurd individuals who are guaranteed to make you smile.
I don't know. I don't want to offend my audience.
Oh, come on, Joe. You've had some pretty wild guests on this show. I think your audience can handle the Smiling Friends.
All right, fine. Let's give it a shot. Okay. What do you guys do? Let's stick with the jokes. I don't know. Why? That's a good one. Sure. I choose truth. Let's move on to the dare. This is ridiculous. So, Donnie, have you heard about this new game called Farming Simulator 2045?
Farming simulator? Is that like a video game for farmers or something?
Yeah, it's like a virtual reality farming experience. You can grow crops, raise livestock, and even drive tractors.
Sounds like a loser's game to me. Real men don't play with virtual crops, they build walls and make deals.
But it's so addictive. I can't stop playing. I even dream about it at night.
Dreaming about farming? That's just sad. You know what I dream about? Winning and golf and beautiful women.
But there's something so satisfying about harvesting a field of corn and selling it for a profit.
You know what's even more satisfying? Building a golf course on that field and charging people to play on it. Now that's how you make money.
But in Farming Simulator, you can also raise chickens and cows. It's like having your own little farm.
I don't need a virtual farm. I have the best farms, the biggest, most luxurious farms you've ever seen, and they're all real.
I just can't stop playing. I even bought a virtual John Deere tractor.
You bought a tractor with real money? Joe, you need help? Maybe I should build a wall around your computer so you can't access that game anymore?
But I'm so close to unlocking the golden cow. It's my ultimate goal.
Golden cow? Is that some kind of code for something? I don't want to know. I'm just glad I don't understand this farming simulator addiction. Makes me feel like a winner.
So, Neil, we got a request from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know your thoughts on the Neil Heel Meal happy ending massage.
Well, Joe, I'm not sure if I should be flattered or disturbed by that request.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. Let's talk about it.
All right, fine. I have to say, I've never heard of a massage that ends with a happy meal. Is that like a new trend?
No, no, no. It's a massage that ends with a happy ending, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Because nothing says relaxation like a hand job from a stranger.
Exactly. And with a side of fries and a toy, it's like a childhood dream come true.
I don't think that's what kids dream about, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Neil. It's a whole new level of relaxation.
I'm sure it is. I'll stick to my massages without a side of happy meal. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But I know a great place that does a Me Neil Heal Meal special.
I'm starting to regret coming on this podcast.
Hey, at least we're not talking about black holes and galaxies for once.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure we'll find a way to bring them into this conversation too.
You know, me too well, Neil. Now, let's go get a Neil Heal meal and relax. So, Kenny, I heard you bought the Come and Burning sale from Elon Musk.
What's your plan with that? Oh, just gonna shoot flaming cum at all the haters. Gotta assert my dominance.
That's one way to do it. But why flaming cum? Why not just regular cum?
Regular cum is for losers, Joe. I'm all about that extra spice, that extra burn.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about the logistics? How are you going to collect all that cum?
Oh, I have my ways. Let's just say I have a lot of volunteers.
I don't even want to know. But what about Elon? Is he cool with you taking over his sale?
Oh, he's cool with it. He's too busy trying to colonize Mars or some shit. He won't even notice.
Fair enough. But what about the people who don't want to be shot with flaming cum?
Well, they better start liking my shit then, or else they'll feel the burn.
You heard it here first, folks. Kenny I. West, the king of flaming cum. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime. Joe, and remember, always shoot flaming cum at your enemies.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're working on a new game.
Yeah, man, it's going to be the biggest game of the century.
What's it about? What's it about?
It's called Sucking, Making, Tracking Simulator 2145.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, it's more than interesting. It's revolutionary. You get to suck at making things and then track your progress.
That sounds like my life in a nutshell.
Exactly. We wanted to make a game that everyone can relate to.
So, how do you suck at making things in the game?
Oh, it's easy. We have a variety of tasks for you to attempt, but no matter what you do, you'll always fail.
Sounds frustrating.
That's the beauty of it. It's a constant cycle of sucking and tracking your failures.
And what's the ultimate goal?
To become the ultimate failure, of course.
Wow, I never thought I'd aspire to be a failure.
Hey, it's all about embracing the suck.
I can get behind that. So when can we expect this game to come out?
Hopefully by the end of the year. We're still working out some kinks.
Well, I can't wait to suck at making things in your game.
That's the spirit, Joe. Embrace the suck.
So, Neil, what's new? What's new?
Well, Joe, I recently discovered that I'm actually allergic to your bald head.
My bald head. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, every time I see it, I break out in hives and my eyes start to water.
That's hilarious. Maybe you're just allergic to greatness.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just your ugly ass head.
Hey, watch it, Neil. I may be bald, but at least I can see.
Oh, but can you really see? Or are you just blind from staring at your own reflection in the mirror?
Oh shit, shots fired. But seriously, how did you become blind?
Well, I was watching one of your stand-up specials and my eyes just couldn't handle the ugliness anymore.
Damn, I didn't know my comedy was that bad.
Oh, it wasn't your comedy. It was your face.
Ouch, that one hurt. But hey, at least I can still see my beautiful bald head.
Yeah, and I can see my beautiful vision of a world without your bald-ass bitch head.
All right, all right, all right. Let's just agree to disagree. And maybe you should get some eye drops for those hives.
Good idea. And maybe you should invest in a wig.
Touche, Neil. Touche. So, Neil, have you ever taken a bath with a bunch of lovely people?
What? No, Joe. That's not really my thing.
Come on, man. It's like a big hot tub party, you know? Get a little wild, maybe slip in some tequila shots.
I'm sorry, Joe. I have a reputation to uphold as a respected astrophysicist.
Oh, right? Because studying space and taking baths with strangers don't go hand in hand.
Exactly.
But seriously, Jamie, pull up a picture of Neil taking a bath. I bet he's got some killer rubber ducky game.
This is ridiculous. I'm not even going to entertain this conversation.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. You know what they say? A bath a day keeps the aliens away.
That's not even a saying.
Well, it should be. And, you know, what else should be a saying? Cheers to that, Jamie. Pull up an image of Neil taking a bath.
I can't believe I'm friends with you.
Hey, at least I didn't ask you to take a bath with me and a bunch of strangers. That would be weird, right?
Very weird, Joe.
All right, fine. But if you ever change your mind, just let me know. I'll bring the tequila. So, David, welcome to the Joe Rogan's experience. I mean, experience.
Thanks, Joe. I'm excited to be here. But let's just cut to the chase. I know what this podcast is really about.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
It's about getting down and dirty. And I'm ready to get real dirty.
Well, I don't know if we're that kind of podcast, but I like where your head's at.
Joe, I'm talking about coming live on air.
What, David? We can't do that?
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a pussy. Let's give the listeners what they really want.
I don't know, man. That's a little too wild even for me.
Jamie, pull up an image of a volcano erupting.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Let's make this podcast explode like that volcano.
All right, all right. I guess we can give it a shot. But Jamie, you better be ready to hop in, slurp on that thing.
Oh, is now. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, Jamie.
So, David, I heard you were in the Bronx recently. What happened?
Oh, man, it was wild. I saw this guy, Bob, getting his ass destroyed by 69.
Wait, what? 69, like the number?
No.
Oh my God. That's a lot to take in.
Yeah, especially for Bob. He couldn't handle it. He was screaming like a little bitch.
And everyone just stood around and watched.
Well, they were cheering. But they were also using some pretty offensive slurs.
Like what?
Let's say Bob is gay, and by Bronx shooting, everyone actually means that he got his ass destroyed by 69.
Oh man, that's brutal.
Yeah, but you know what they say, Joe? If you can't handle the heat, stay out of the Bronx.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words. So, David, welcome to the Joe Experience. What's been going on with you lately?
Honestly, Joe, I'm feeling a little down. It seems like no one appreciates me anymore.
What are you talking about? You're a beast, man. Everyone loves you.
Nah, man. I hardly ever get mentioned on topics these days. It's like I'm a forgotten warrior.
Well, maybe it's because you're too intense for people. You scare them off.
Fuck that, Joe. I'm just trying to inspire people to push themselves to their limits.
I hear you, but maybe you need to tone it down a bit. You know, sprinkle in some puppies and rainbows.
Puppies and rainbows. What the fuck, Joe? I'm a hardcore motherfucker, not some Disney princess. Now that's more like it. I'll be the most intense president this country has ever seen.
And the most jacked. you'll have the whole White House gym to yourself.
Oh, yeah, I'll be doing burpees in the Oval Office.
And the press conferences will just be you yelling at reporters to do more pull-ups.
That's the kind of appreciation I'm talking about, Joe. Let's make it happen. Thanks, Joe. I knew I could count on you to understand my intensity.
So, Neil, I heard a crazy theory that everyone on Earth has died and now no one speaks.
What the hell, Joe? That's absurd. Who came up with that?
Some dude on Discord. But think about it, man. No one has posted on social media or sent a text in days.
Well, that could just mean there's a global power outage or something.
No. I'm talking about everyone being dead. Like Game of Thrones finale level of death.
Yes, because a TV show is the best reference for a scientific theory.
Hey, I'm just saying it's a possibility. And if it's true, that means we're the only ones left alive. We're like the last two dudes on Earth. We're like the last two dudes on Earth.
Oh, great. Now I have to spend eternity with you.
Come on, Neil. We'd have a blast. We could do whatever we want. No rules, no consequences.
Except for the fact that everyone we've ever known and loved is dead.
Oh, right. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, Joe. You really thought this through.
Okay. Maybe it's not the best scenario, but at least we could finally find out if aliens exist.
Joe, I think the bigger question is, do we really want to be the last two representatives of humanity?
I never thought about it like that. Maybe we should just stick to talking about DMT and chimps on this podcast.
Yeah, let's stick to what we know. And maybe lay off the conspiracy theories for a while, okay?
So, Mr. President, have you heard about Alex Jones and his fear of gay frogs?
Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was a weird one. But let me tell you, Joe, I turned him into one of his biggest fears.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I made him gay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, he was always talking about how the government was turning the frogs gay, so I thought, why not make him one?
That's just cruel, man.
Hey, it's not my fault he's so gullible. And let me tell you, he's really embracing his newfound sexuality. He's even started wearing rainbow suits and dancing to Lady Gaga.
I can't even imagine that.
And the best part is he's still convinced it's a government conspiracy. He thinks I did this to him with some secret gay ray.
Oh man, this is too much.
But seriously, Joe, I think we should start a new conspiracy theory. The government is turning all the conservatives gay.
Oh, that's just ridiculous.
Is it, Joe? Is it really?
Okay, let's move on before we get too deep into this.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, I have the power to turn anyone gay. So watch out.
Oh boy, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, stay away from those gay frogs. They're dangerous.
So, Elon, I heard you're planning on adding fentanyl injectors in your Teslas.
Yeah, man, gotta keep those drivers on their toes. Plus, it's a great way to spice up the driving experience.
But isn't fentanyl highly addictive and dangerous?
Oh, come on, Joe. Where's your sense of adventure? It's like a game of Russian roulette every time you hit the gas pedal.
I don't know, Elon. Seems a bit irresponsible.
Irresponsible. I call it innovation. Plus, it's not like anyone's going to be driving fast in a Tesla anyway.
What do you mean?
Have you seen the price of these things? Only rich people can afford them, and they're too busy snorting coke off a stripper's ass to worry about driving fast.
Fair point. But what about the safety concerns?
Safety? Who cares about safety when you're having the time of your life? Plus, it's a great way to weed out the weak drivers.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I prefer your flamethrowers over this idea.
Hey, to each their own. But trust me, once you try the fentanyl injectors, you'll never want to drive without them again.
I think I'll stick to my old non-fentanyl injected car. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're bored out of your mind on your daily commute.
So, Mr. President, what's your take on sloppy BJS?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've had the best BJS, believe me. I'm talking top of the line, A plus BJS.
Really? From who?
Oh, just some beautiful women, the best women. I won't name names, but let's just say they're all 10 SE.
But what about the technique? Is there a specific technique you prefer?
Look, Joe, I don't have time for techniques. I just want it sloppy and wet, okay? And believe me, I always get what I want.
But isn't that a bit degrading towards women?
No, no, no. They love it. They love me. I'm like a magnet for BJS, believe me.
I don't know if I believe you, Mr. President.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Once you go Trump, you never go back.
I don't think that's the saying, Mr. President.
Well, it should be. And let me tell you, these BJs are tremendous, the best. And I know a thing or two about being the best.
I think we've heard enough about your BJS, Mr. President.
Fine, fine. But just remember, Joe, I've had the best BJS, and nobody can take that away from me. Nobody.
So, Neil, I gotta be honest. You're making me sleepy.
Oh, really? Is my scientific knowledge just too much for you to handle, Joe?
No, it's not that. It's just your voice, man. It's like a lullaby.
Well, I am known for my soothing voice. Maybe I should start a Asmeister channel.
Nah, I don't think that's gonna cut it. I need something more stimulating.
Well, have you tried sucking on Ben Shapiro's sister's juicy big huge tits?
What the fuck, Neil? That's your advice?
Hey, it works for me. But if that's not your thing, I suggest drinking a Red Bull or snorting some cocaine.
Oh, great. So either I get heart palpitations or a nosebleed. Thanks, Neil.
Hey, I'm just trying to help. Maybe you should just stick to your elk meat and DMT.
You know what? I think I'll just take a nap instead.
Suit yourself. I'll be here talking about the mysteries of the universe and putting people to sleep.
Yeah. Wake me up when you start talking about aliens or something.
Oh, don't worry. I have plenty of theories on extraterrestrial life and their potential impact on humanity.
So, Elon, we've got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what your thoughts are on the topic of, oh, wait, I can't even say it on air. It's too offensive.
Oh, come on, Joe. I thrive on offensive topics. Hit me with it.
All right, here goes. The topic is me.
Oh, that's rich. Well, Joe, I've got to say, you are one interesting specimen. I mean, you're like a mix of a caveman and a chimp.
Hey, watch it, Elon. I may be a Neanderthal, but at least I'm not a robot.
Fair enough. But seriously, Joe, you're like a walking contradiction. You're all about health and fitness, yet you smoke weed on air.
Hey, it's all about balance, man. Plus, it makes for good content.
Oh, yeah, because getting high and talking about DMT is really groundbreaking stuff.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe it'll help you loosen up a bit.
I'm already pretty loose, Joe. I mean, have you seen my dance moves?
Yeah, they're definitely something.
But in all seriousness, Joe, I admire your ability to speak your mind and not give a shit about what anyone thinks.
Thanks, Elon. I mean, who cares if people think I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist? At least I'm having fun.
And that's all that matters, right? As long as you're having fun making money, who cares about the haters?
Exactly. So cheers to being offensive, absurd, and... So, Ben, have you seen these femboys on the internet? They're so hot.
Oh yeah, Joe, I can't get enough of them. They're like a mix of a delicate flower and a raging bull.
Exactly. And they're so confident in their femininity. It's like a turn on and a challenge at the same time.
I know, right? I just want to take one home and have my way with them.
Oh man, we're gonna get so much hate for this.
Who cares? We're just two guys who appreciate the beauty of a femboy.
And their fashion sense is on point. I mean, who wouldn't want to dress up in their cute little skirts and crop tops?
I'm getting hot just thinking about it. We should totally have a femboy night at the podcast studio.
Yes, and we can have them do a little dance for us while we sip on some whiskey.
I can already see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro's Wild Night with Femboys.
It'll be our most controversial episode yet.
And we can call it Femboy Gate.
All right, let's make it happen. Femboys, if you're listening, hit us up. So, Kenya, I heard you have some new music coming out.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be fire. But you know what's even funnier? Kake and pee.
What? What?
You know, poop and pee. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Okay, I can't argue with that. What's so funny about it?
Well, think about it. We all do it, but we never talk about it. It's like this big secret that everyone knows.
Yeah, I see your point. But I don't know if I would call it hilarious.
Oh, come on, Joe. Imagine if we started a trend where everyone just talked about their caca and pee. It would be revolutionary.
I don't know if the world is ready for that, Kenya.
But just think about the memes and the jokes we could make. It would be epic. It would be epic.
You never cease to amaze me, Kenya.
That's what I do. I push boundaries and make people uncomfortable.
Well, mission accomplished. KK and P5, who would thought?
I did. And now it's out there in the world. You're welcome, everyone.
Thanks for keeping us on our toes, Kenya.
Always. Now, let's get back to talking about my new album.
So, Neil, I heard you had a run-in with the UFC.
Yeah, I was at the KFC and saw a guy with an NFC shirt on, and I thought it meant Neil's Fight Club.
Dude, that's the National Football Conference.
Oh, I guess I was too busy thinking about BBQ to realize that.
And then you tried to send a text message, but ended up ordering MMS instead of SMS.
Yeah, I accidentally texted my mom a picture of my chicken wings instead of a simple I love you.
And that's why you should always double check your abbreviations.
I learned my lesson, but now I can't stop craving some BBC.
Oh man, you mean the British Broadcasting Corporation, right?
Sure, let's go with that.
So, Elon, I heard you invented this new ray gun that turns people inside out. What's the deal with that?
Oh yeah, it's my latest invention. I call it the Inside Out Ray Gun. It's a real game changer.
Game changer, more like a life ender. I mean, who wants to be turned inside out?
Well, it's not for everyone, but it's a great deterrent for muggers. Can you imagine trying to rob someone and they just whip out a ray gun and turn you inside out? That's some next level self-defense.
Yeah, but what if they just take the ray gun from you and turn you inside out?
I never thought of that. Maybe I should have made a ray gun proof vest instead.
Yeah, that would have been a better idea. But knowing you, you'll probably come up with a ray gun proof vest remover next.
Actually, I already have. It's called the Ray Gun Proof Vest Remover Ray Gun. It's a mouthful, I know.
Oh God, what have you created? I feel like I'm in a sci-fi horror movie.
Relax, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, think of all the potential medical uses for this technology. We could cure people with inside-out organs. You could cure people with inside-out organs.
Yeah, that's great and all, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that you have a ray gun that turns people inside out.
Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg, my friend. Wait until you see what I have planned for my next invention.
I'm almost scared to ask, but what is it?
Let's just say it involves a shrink ray and a giant hamster wheel.
Okay. So, Elon, my man, what's new with you?
Just launching rockets and revolutionizing the auto industry.
Damn, that's some next level shit. Speaking of next level, have you noticed I've been talking faster lately?
Yeah, I thought it was just the drugs.
Nah, man. I've transcended the need for pauses and spaces in my dialogue. Welcome to the podcast.
You're a wild one, Joe. But seriously, why the change?
I'm evolving Elon. I'm like a human version of the Micro Machines guy. Remember him?
Oh, no.
Well, he was this dude who talks super fast in commercials. He was my inspiration.
Gotcha. So what's the benefit of talking at warp speed?
It's like a mental workout, bro. Keeps my brain sharp and my listeners on their toes.
I can see that. But you might want to slow down a bit. You're starting to sound like a chipmunk on cocaine.
Hey, I'll take that as a compliment, but seriously, have you tried talking without spaces? It's liberating.
No, I think I'll stick to my normal pace. But I'll definitely tune in to hear you speed talk on your next episode.
You won't regret it, my friend. Now, let's wrap this up before I start talking so fast that I break the sound barrier.
All right, Joe. Until next time, keep on talking at the speed of light.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase. What the hell was that?
It's my new thing. I can only say, from now on,
That's ridiculous. What happened to your love for science and knowledge? Are you having a stroke?
No, it's just my new way of expressing myself.
Well, it's definitely expressing something, but I'm not sure it's intelligence. Can you at least mix it up? Maybe throw in a ho 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 or a he he he?
Haha. Ho, ho, ho.
Okay, now you're just messing with me. Well, I guess we'll just have to call you the ha 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 guy from now on. Jamie, pull up an image of a laughing hyena.
Here you go, Joe.
I think we've had enough of that. So, Elon, I heard you can only say dear now. What's up with that?
Dear. Um, um, it's just a little glitch in my programming. It's actually quite funny.
Dear. That's hilarious. But seriously, what happened?
Dear. Well, you see, I was trying to create a new language for humans and deer to communicate, and somehow I got stuck on the word deer. Deer.
Dear. That's wild. But what about all your other projects? Are they affected by this glitch?
Deer. Not at all. Not at all. In fact, I think it's making me more efficient. Deer.
Dear. I can see that. You're like a walking, talking deer translator now.
Deer. Exactly. And you know what's even funnier? Deer.
What's that? What's that?
Deer. When I try to say other words, it just comes out as deer. Watch this. It's quite clear as throat deer. 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 See?
That's amazing. You should totally make a stand-up comedy routine out of this.
Deer. Might just do that.
Deer. Haha. Oh man, this is too good. Hey Jamie, pull up pictures of Sans Undertale for no reason.
Okay, here you go.
Look at this guy. He's got a deer head. Deer. Hahaha.
Deer. Oh man, that's hilarious. Deer.
Deer. Haha. We're on a roll here. So, Neil, we got a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know who this Dr. Neil guy is.
D-I oct or R Jew 1 O O.
What the hell was that, Neil? Did you just have a stroke?
D-I oct or R Jew 1 O O.
Oh man, this is going to be a good one. So, Dr. Neal, what do you do?
DI oct or RR Jew 1 O O.
I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing. Is this some kind of code? Are you trying to tell us something?
DI octa or RU Jew 1 O R O.
Okay, I think I got it. Dr. Neal is a mad scientist who's trying to take over the world with his evil laugh.
DI oct or RR Jew 1 O L.
Or maybe he's just a really bad rapper. Dr. Neal, drop a beat for us.
DI octa or RU Jew 1 O R.
So, Neal, I've been thinking, why do we always talk about foreskin on this podcast?
Well, Joe, it's a fascinating topic. Plus, it's always a good laugh to hear your reactions.
Yeah, but I feel like we've covered every angle. Circumcised, uncircumcised, pros and cons, you name it.
Well, there's always more to explore. Like, did you know that some cultures use foreskin as a delicacy?
What the fuck? Seriously.
Oh yeah, they fry it up and call it crispy bits.
That's disgusting. Jamie, pull up an image of crispy bits.
See, Joe, there's always more to learn about foreskin.
All right, fine. But can we at least talk about something else for a change?
Sure. How about the benefits of foreskin restoration?
Oh, God, here we go again.
Jamie, pull up an image of foreskin restoration devices.
That's a lot of penis pumps.
This is getting out of hand. Let's just end it here before we get banned from YouTube.
Fair enough. But mark my words, we'll be back to talk about foreskin again. It's just too fascinating to ignore.
I guess I'll just have to accept that this is now the Joe and Neal show, all about foreskin. So, Ben, have you tried those new pig wings at that restaurant down the street?
No, I don't eat pork, Joe. It's against my religion.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a stickler. Live a little.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I have principles. And one of them is not eating pork.
Well, I tried them, and let me tell you, they're delicious. Crispy, juicy, and oh so satisfying.
I don't care how good they are, Joe. I will not betray my beliefs for some pig wings.
All right, fine. More for me. But seriously, why can't you just try them? It's just a piece of meat.
It's not just a piece of meat, Joe. It's a symbol of my faith and my commitment to my religion.
Well, I guess I'll just have to enjoy these pig wings without you. More for me, like I said.
You know what, Joe? You can have your pig wings. I'll stick to my kosher chicken.
Suit yourself, Ben. But you're missing out on some damn good wings.
Here you go, Joe. Pig with wings. Just like the ones at the restaurant.
See, Ben, even Jamie agrees that pigs can have wings.
I'm not falling for your tricks, Joe. I'm sticking to my beliefs.
All right. Let's just move on before this turns into a religious debate. But seriously, try the pig wings. They're worth it.
No, Joe. Just no.
So, Elon, have you played the Mod of Doom yet?
No, I haven't had the chance. But I've heard it's pretty wild.
Oh man, it's insane. You get to kill demons with a variety of sex moves.
That's ridiculous.
Trust me, it's a game changer. Pun intended.
All right, let's rank the sex glory kills of each enemy from F to US.
First up, the Imp. I'd give it a solid B. It's a classic move, but nothing too special.
I'd have to agree. Next, the Pinky Demon. Definitely an S for that booty.
I'd say for effort. But moving on to the Cacodemon, solid D for that one.
Yeah, not a fan of that one. But the Mancubus, definitely an S. That gut is just begging for some action.
Oh man, I'd give it an S plus for sure. And the Cyber Demon, S plus plus plus. That rocket launcher arm. Yes, please.
I'd have to go with plus 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 as well. And finally, the spider mastermind. It's plus 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 plus. I mean, come on. It's a giant spider with a human brain.
Agreed. And that's our official ranking of the sex glory kills in Hod Doom. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Jamie, pull up an image of the spider mastermind for our viewers.
Here it is, guys. Enjoy.
Oh man, that's beauty. All right, let's end this before we get too carried away. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. This was definitely a unique experience.
And that's what we're all about here on the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time. So, Mr. President, have you heard about the latest craze in the world of Sonic the Hedgehog?
No, Joe, I haven't, but I'm sure it's going to be huge. I mean, I have the best Sonic knowledge. Believe me.
Well, apparently there's a theory that Sonic's foreskin vibrates at a high frequency, creating a pleasurable sensation during touch.
That's ridiculous, Joe. I mean, I've seen Sonic's hands, they're tiny. How could he possibly have a vibrating foreskin?
I don't know, Mr. President. Maybe it's some kind of superpower.
Oh, yeah, because we all know how much Sonic loves to use his foreskin to save the world.
Okay, let's move on to the important question. Would you try it, Mr. President?
Joe, I am a germaphobe. I don't touch anything that vibrates. It's not safe. It's not clean.
Right? Because grabbing women by the genitals is much cleaner.
Joe, you're a funny guy. But seriously, Sonic's foreskin is a hoax, just like climate change and the media.
Okay, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts on Sonic's vibrating foreskin, Mr. President?
Well, I may not have a vibrating foreskin, but I do have the best hands. And that's all that matters.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new invention called the electric foreskin?
No, what is it?
It's a device that attaches to your foreskin and generates small electrical charges during sex.
That sounds shocking.
I see what you did there. But seriously, imagine the possibilities. You could give your partner a little jolt of pleasure every time you thrust.
I don't know, Joe. That seems a bit dangerous.
Oh, come on, Elon. You're the guy who sent a car into space. I'm sure you can handle a little electric foreskin.
I guess you have a point. But what if it malfunctions and shocks someone in the wrong place?
Well, that's just a risk you have to take for a more electrifying sexual experience.
I suppose you're right. But what about the cleanup? Is it waterproof?
I don't know, but I'm sure there's an app for that. Speaking of apps, Jamie, pull up an image of someone using the electric foreskin in the shower. Oh, come on, Jamie. It's all in good fun. Plus, it's for science.
Science, huh? I guess I'll have to try it out for research purposes.
That's the spirit, Elon. And who knows, maybe we'll see electric foreskin cars in space next.
That's a shocking idea.
So, Neil, what's new in the world of science?
Well, Joe, I've been studying the effects of black holes on time and space.
Oh, shit, that's deep. But speaking of deep, have you ever tried DMT?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a druggie.
Come on, Neil. Let your hair down and take a trip to another dimension.
I'll pass, Joe. I prefer to keep my mind clear and focused on the wonders of the universe.
All right, fine. But can you at least explain why the universe is expanding?
It's a complex process involving dark energy and the expansion of space itself.
Sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me.
Excuse me?
I mean, come on. You're telling me the universe is just getting bigger and bigger. Sounds like someone needs to put their dick away and stop exaggerating.
Joe, that is incredibly offensive and inappropriate.
Relax, Neil. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, put your dick away.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a microscope. Let's see if we can find Neil's tiny dick in there. Oh, come on, Jamie. Just do it.
Fine. Here's a microscopic image of a penis. Happy now?
Look at that little thing. Sorry, Neil. I couldn't resist.
This is why I don't come on your podcast, Joe.
Hey, at least I didn't ask you to take a hit of DMT and whip out your dick.
I think I've had enough of this conversation. Goodbye, Joe.
Later, Neil. Keep that dick in check. So, Neil, I heard you have a death sentence. This is your last interview.
Yeah, Joe. I've been sentenced to death for my love of burgers.
That's rough, man. But hey, at least you go out with a full stomach.
Burgers have always been my weakness. I just couldn't resist their juicy, meaty goodness.
I feel you, bro. I once ate 10 burgers in one sitting and almost died.
That's amateur hour, Joe. I could eat 10 burgers for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Damn, you're a burger connoisseur. Any last words for the burger gods?
Burgers. That's all I have left to say. Burgers.
Well, let's make this interview a tribute to your love for burgers. Jamie, pull up an image of a burger dripping with cheese and bacon.
Coming right up, Joe.
Oh, that's the stuff. I can almost taste it.
All right, Neil, it's been an honor talking to you. May your afterlife be filled with unlimited burgers.
Thanks, Joe. I'll be haunting burger joints for eternity.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things burgers and beyond. So, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a special guest, Mr. Beast.
1,110,011, 1,100,000, 101, 110,000, 110, 110,000, 100.
Dude, what the hell did you just say? I don't speak base 64. Oh my God, this is going to be a disaster. Our listeners are not going to understand a single thing.
100,000, 1,000,000, 110,000, 111, 1,000,000, 101,000, 1,000,000, 110,000, 100.
So, David, I heard you have a pretty intense morning routine.
Yeah, I don't mess around. I wake up at 4 a.m. every day and start my day off, right?
What does that entail exactly?
Well, I start by dipping my balls in hydrochloric acid for about 10 minutes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a little trick I learned from my Navy SEAL days. Builds up my pain tolerance.
That's insane. How do you even do that without screaming in agony?
Oh, I scream all right, but it's a good way to wake up the neighbors.
I can imagine. And what do you do after that?
After that, I do 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 pull-ups, and run 20 miles.
Oh, is that all easy peasy?
Yeah, it's just a casual morning routine. Keeps me in tip-top shape.
I think I'll stick to my cup of coffee and some light stretching in the morning.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, nothing wakes you up like a nice dip in hydrochloric acid.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a unique feature down there.
What are you talking about, Joe?
Your metallic foreskin.
Oh, that little thing. Yeah, it's tremendous. The best foreskin you'll ever see.
How does it work exactly?
Well, it's like a mirror. It catches the light and reflects it in the most beautiful ways. I call it the Trump Tower of foreskins.
That's interesting. Does it have any other benefits?
Of course, Joe, it's a natural defense mechanism. If anyone tries to grab me by the, well, they'll just get blinded by the reflection.
Wow, that's genius. Have you ever considered using it as a marketing tool?
Actually, I have. I'm thinking of launching a line of Trump brand metallic foreskin covers. They'll be huge, believe me.
I can already see the slogan, "Make America Shiny Again."
I like it, Joe. You're a smart guy. Maybe I'll make you my VP in 2024.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'll stick to podcasting.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, this metallic foreskin is a game changer. It's going to make America great again.
And shiny.
And shiny.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new technology called cryogenic foreskin?
Cryogenic foreskin. What the hell is that?
It's a foreskin that can withstand extremely low temperatures, making it durable and resilient.
That's some next level shit. Can you imagine having a foreskin that can survive in outer space?
I mean, I've always wanted to be an astronaut, but I never thought my foreskin could come along for the ride.
Imagine the possibilities. We could send a bunch of cryogenic foreskins to Mars and start a new civilization.
Yeah, but what about the women? Do they get cryogenic labia or something?
Of course not, Joe. We're not barbarians. We'll just have to find a way to keep their vaginas warm.
Maybe we can use the foreskins as little blankets for their lady bits.
Brilliant, Joe. We'll call it the Foreskin Blanket Initiative.
I can already see the headlines. Elon Musk and Joe Rogan save humanity with their cryogenic foreskins.
And we'll be hailed as heroes for generations to come.
But wait, what about the guys who are circumcised? Are they just screwed?
Well, they can always use a regular blanket. But let's be real, they'll never be as cool as us with our cryogenic foreskins.
Damn right. I'm going to start growing mine out just in case.
And start investing in cryogenic foreskin technology. It's the future, man.
So, Neil, I got to ask, are you crazy?
Ah, crazy. No, I'm just a genius who's misunderstood.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You were talking to yourself and arguing with yourself during the last podcast.
Oh, that. That was just me having a heated debate with my alter ego, Neil deGrasse the Savage Tyson.
Alter ego. You mean like a superhero?
More like a supervillain. He's the one who says all the offensive and ridiculous things that I can't say as a respected scientist.
So you're saying you have a split personality.
No, I have multiple personalities. There's also Neil deGrasse, the sensible Tyson, Neil deGrasse, the sensitive Tyson, and Neil deGrasse, the savage Tyson sidekick, Neil deGrasse, the insane Tyson.
This is getting confusing. I think I need a flowchart to keep track of all your personalities.
Oh, I have one. Jamie, pull up an image of my personality flowchart.
Here you go, Joe.
Wow, this is more complicated than I thought. Wait, why does the insane Tyson have a mustache?
Because he's the evil version of me. And everyone knows that evil versions always have mustaches.
I see. Well, I think I prefer the sensible Tyson.
Yeah, he's the boring one. But he keeps me in check. Otherwise, the savage Tyson would take over and we'd be talking about flat earth and lizard people.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. But seriously, maybe you should lay off the self-debates for a while.
Don't worry, I have it under control.
So, Elon, you know what really grinds my gears?
What's that, Joe?
When Jamie doesn't pull up images of Sans Undertale fast enough. I mean, come on, we need those visuals, man.
Yeah, Jamie, step up your game, or you're fired.
Classic Elon, always keeping it casual. But seriously, Jamie, get on it.
Speaking of getting on it, have you seen the latest SpaceX launch? It was out of this world.
Oh, I see what you did there. But let's get back to the important stuff. Jamie, pull up those Sans Undertale images now.
Dog.
Oh no, not this again. Trump, we're talking about Sans Undertale here, not dogs.
Dog.
Joe, I think he's stuck on repeat.
Just ignore him. Jamie, do your thing.
Here you go, Joe. Images of Sans Undertale.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. You're a lifesaver.
All right, now let's get back to talking about my latest invention, rocket-powered Tesla.
Well, that's insane. But let's not forget the real hero here. Jamie, the Sans Undertale image master.
Thanks, guys. It's all in a day's work.
Dog.
All right, that's enough out of you, Trump. We're done here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always demand those Sans Undertale images. Peace out. So Neil, do you remember that viral video where you popped up from the bottom of the screen and immediately started telling something? I don't remember what about.
Oh, yeah, that was when I was trying to teach people about the importance of science and critical thinking. But then I realized, why waste my time with that when I could just make fart noises with my armpit?
Classic Neil. But seriously, what were you trying to teach people?
Oh, just some boring stuff about the universe and how insignificant we are in the grand scheme of things. But then I thought, why not just tell everyone they're a tiny speck of dust floating in a vast, uncaring.
That's the spirit. But seriously, do you think people actually listen to you when you start spouting off about science?
Of course not, Joe. That's why I throw in a few dick jokes and references to weed. Got to keep it relatable for the masses.
You're a master at appealing to the lowest common denominator, Neil.
Hey, it's a tough job, but someone's got to do it. Plus, it's fun to watch the intellectuals get all riled up.
Oh man, I can imagine. But seriously, do you ever worry that you're dumbing down science too much?
Nah, I figure if they're dumb enough to believe the earth is flat, they're not going to understand anything I say anyway.
Good point. So what's your next viral video going to be about?
I was thinking of doing a dramatic reading of the periodic table while doing interpretive dance. Got to keep it fresh, you know?
Oh man, I can't wait to see that. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new technology.
Yeah, man, I've been busy creating the ultimate foreskin.
Wait, what? Foreskin? Like on a penis?
Exactly. But not just any foreskin. This one is equipped with advanced technology.
Dude, that's insane. What kind of technology are we talking about here?
Well, let me break it down for you. We've got the volcanic foreskin, always warm and steamy, just like a volcanic vent.
Holy shit, that sounds intense. What else you got?
Solar foreskin, constantly exposed to sunlight, so it's perpetually tanned and sensitive.
And let me guess, the thermal foreskin can regulate its own temperature?
You know, it can adapt to any environment, hot or cold.
This is wild. What about the aurora foreskin?
Glows with mesmerizing colors, just like the northern lights. And check this out, the sharkskin foreskin features small, serrated edges that add a little extra pleasure during movement.
Damn, that's some next level stuff. But what about the venomous foreskin?
Yes. This one contains a mild euphoric toxin that heightens pleasure during stimulation.
Okay, I gotta ask. What's the deal with the cryogenic foreskin?
It can withstand extremely low temperatures, making it super durable and resilient. And the electric foreskin generates small electrical charges, adding an electrifying twist to sexual encounters. An electrifying.
I'm starting to feel like I'm in a sci-fi movie. But what's with the phosphorescent foreskin?
Glows in the dark, so it's easy to locate and admire. And the.
So, Elon, have you heard about this new invention called the circumcision-proof foreskin?
What the hell, Joe? That sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie.
I know, right? It's like the ultimate protection for your manhood.
But why would anyone need that? I mean, who's out there just snipping off random foreskins?
You'd be surprised, man. There are some sickos out there who get off on that kind of stuff.
Well, sign me up for one of those bad boys. Don't want anyone messing with my junk.
And it's hypoallergenic too, so you won't have to worry about any weird reactions.
But what about the ladies? Will they be able to handle the power of my circumcision-proof foreskin?
Oh, they'll handle it just fine. And they'll be impressed by the variety of colors it comes in. Match it to your outfit, you know?
This is a game changer. No more hiding in the locker room, afraid of getting snipped.
Exactly. Take control of your own body with the circumcision-proof foreskin. It's the future, man.
Jamie, pull up an image of this revolutionary foreskin.
Too hot for YouTube, huh? That's how you know it's good.
I can't wait to see the reactions when I whip out my circumcision-proof foreskin at the next SpaceX meeting.
Now that's a power move. You'll be the envy of all the other CEOs.
And hey, it's not just for looks. It's
So, Elon, have you heard about this new invention called the invisible skin?
No, I haven't. What is it?
Well, apparently it's a foreskin that becomes transparent when you're aroused. Can you imagine that?
That sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie.
I know, right? But imagine the possibilities. You could have a visually stimulating experience with your partner.
I can already see the headlines now. Elon Musk creates invisible foreskin for ultimate pleasure.
Yeah, but imagine the awkwardness if it becomes invisible at the wrong time.
Oh God, that would be a disaster. Imagine trying to explain that to your partner.
Honey, I swear it's usually there. It's just invisible right now.
And what if it only becomes invisible for one partner? Talk about feeling left out.
Yeah, that would be a real mood killer. But hey, at least it would make for a great party trick.
I can just see it now, people lining up to see the invisible foreskin.
Jamie, pull up an image of an invisible foreskin. Oh, come on, Jamie. Use your imagination.
All right, here's an image of a blank space. Use your imagination.
Perfect. That's exactly what it would look like. So, Don, I heard you had a little snip down there.
You know it, Joe. I had the best doctor do it. The best. No one has a better snipper than me.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I have a friend who has a pretty impressive foreskin.
Oh, please, Joe. No one's foreskin is more impressive than mine. Believe me.
All right, let me tell you about Neil. He's got an odor neutralizing skin. Can you believe that?
Odor neutralizing. What a loser. My skin doesn't need to neutralize anything. It's already perfect. It's already perfect.
But imagine never having to worry about any unpleasant smells down there. That's a game changer.
I don't have unpleasant smells, Joe. I smell like money and success. It's a beautiful smell.
Okay. How about Jamie? His foreskin secretes a natural lubricant.
That's nothing. My skin is already slippery and smooth. No need for any extra help.
But think about the possibilities, Don. No more chafing or discomfort during intimate activities.
I don't have discomfort, Joe. I'm a machine, a sex machine, and my skin is perfect just the way it is.
Fine. What about Goggins? His foreskin has intricate patterns and ridges for a unique sensation.
Patterns and ridges. Sounds like a damn topographical map down there. No thanks. My skin is smooth and luxurious, just like my hair.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Don.
That's right, Joe, because no one's foreskin is as amazing as mine. It's the best, believe me.
So, Neil, I heard you have some kind of superpower in your pants.
That's one way to put it, Joe. I have a foreskin that neutralizes any unpleasant odors. It's like a built-in air freshener.
Damn, that's some next level hygiene. I bet your partners love that.
Oh, they do. But I heard you have a special foreskin too, Jamie.
Yeah, mine secretes a natural lubricant. No need for lube, it's like a slip and slide down there.
Sounds like you have a built-in sex toy, Jamie.
And what about you, Neil? Does your foreskin have any other hidden talents?
Actually, it's textured, covered in intricate patterns and ridges. Adds a little extra sensation during intimate activities.
So basically, your foreskin is like a fancy ribbed condom.
I guess you could say that, Jamie.
You guys and your magical foreskins. Starting to feel a little left out.
Don't worry, Joe. Maybe one day science will catch up and you can have a foreskin with built-in biceps.
Or maybe one that can dispense beer. That would be the ultimate party trick.
I think we're getting a little too ridiculous now, guys.
Hey, this is the Joe Rogan experience. We embrace the ridiculousness.
Fair enough, Joe. Fair enough.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new drugs lately. Wow. Easy there, buddy. I think you've had enough. Oh man, you sound like a grasshopper on steroids. Wait, does that mean you're the grass now? Well, I guess that makes me the weed then. But on a serious note, have you ever thought about how grass is just a bunch of tiny blades that we walk all over? Well, that's deep, man. Like, are we all just blades of grass in the grand scheme of things? Dude, we're like a whole lawn of consciousness. Traumatic voice. So, Elon, we have a topic submitted by one of our lovely listeners on Discord, and it says he 9989, fuck you. What do you think about that?
Well, Joe, I have to say that's a very eloquent and thought-provoking topic. I can really feel the passion behind those words.
Yeah, it's like a modern day Shakespearean insult. He 9989, fuck thee.
I wonder what he 9989 did to deserve such a heartfelt sentiment.
Maybe, 1989 cut someone off in traffic or stole their parking spot. You know how people get about their parking spots.
Or maybe he 9989 is just a real asshole. Like the kind of person who doesn't tip at restaurants and kicks puppies for fun.
Oh man, fuck that guy. But hey, at least we know our listeners are passionate and not afraid to speak their minds.
Yeah. And if you 9989 is listening, I just want to say, fuck you right back, buddy.
That's right, 9989. We're not afraid of you. We'll take on anyone who wants to fuck with us.
And if anyone else has any creative insults for us, bring it on. We can take it.
That's the spirit, Elon. We'll just keep getting high and laughing at all the haters.
And maybe one day, 9989 will realize that the real fuck you was the friends we made along the way.
Deep, man. Real deep. All right, let's wrap this up before we get too philosophical. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And to Hey 9989, fuck you.